So we are going to be recording this session, and so I will probably get it posted either later tonight or tomorrow usually. And also all of the design files that we use throughout the class this evening, I will make sure you get them all so you can replicate all of the steps that we're about to do. So I will post those. So if you are a Patreon member on the $20 baddie tier, that includes all of the live class files. If you're on the $10 tier or the free tier, then the class files are not included. Okay, so now it looks like we do have some fresh new names. So I'm going to go over just a little bit, a few things as some people are still logging in. My YouTube channel is this right here. Let me go ahead and share my screen. I guess that would be helpful, wouldn't it? All right, excellent. So now you guys can see my screen. Okay, so anyhow, this is my YouTube channel, All Things Creative. And on here, you're going to find lots and lots of videos on all kinds of different things. But we have a playlist for our live classes. So if you go to my YouTube channel and we type in live classes, you'll see a whole playlist of all of our previous classes. So when this class concludes, we'll be adding to that list. And then when you go to our YouTube channel, we have this little search box here where we can search for certain things. So for example, one video you really should watch is our Inkscape setup. So we just type in Inkscape setup, and there it is, this very first one right here. 3D printing Inkscape quick setup. That will walk you through how to set up your copy of Inkscape to look exactly like mine. Set up all the same keyboard shortcuts that I use and things like that. It's only like 5 minutes long, so it's a really quick little thing. It also shows you how to set up your Inkscape workspace to show you the build plate of your printer. So depending on what printer you're using, we'll have different build plate sizes, and it shows you how to set up your documents so that what you see, this little white box that you see in Inkscape, is the same build plate size as your printer. Every time you start a new document, it'll start that way for you. So that is a good little video to watch. If we click on videos here, there's all kinds of different videos, and we encourage you to ask questions. So for example, this video earlier, this one right here, is about creating a keychain. Somebody was struggling with creating it in Tinkercad, and they tried to do a variety of things. But anyhow, they were struggling to make this keychain, and so I showed them, how to break it down from the image that they started with, and how to turn it into an SVG, and how to edit it in Inkscape, and then how to take it into Bamboo to actually create the 3D model. So, so if you have questions or something you're working on in between classes, we really encourage you to share those, because that's how these videos get made. So this is another one. Somebody was asking how to make the logos real thin to put on top of a koozie. So here we took a candle. We already had the candle design, and we showed how to modify this candle design to make it a logo real thin to put on a koozie. So anyhow, these various questions. You asked about where the files are for the class. We provide those at the end of class. So I will post those. You'll get out if you're a member of the Patreon on the baddie tier, which is $20 a month baddie tier. You'll automatically get the file, get an email when I post those to the Patreon, and that'll either be today or tomorrow. I will post those files. So when we get done with class, anything that we complete in class, we're gonna show you those. Before I go any farther, I do want to challenge you guys. And if someone out there has a project that they want to see tonight, an image that they're trying to convert to an SVG, or you want to make a hype chain, key chain, a lamp, whatever you want, I have two things I'm going to show you tonight in regards to the Gucci lamp. And if nobody else has anything, then that will be the end of class. But if you have something that you want to see demonstrated, like I said, it could be anything, whatever it might be, send those requests in to our email, because we're going to take a break and I'll pick something to do. All right. So if like I said, if you have something that you want to see done tonight, send us whatever images you have or what have you, and I'll take a look at them.
Hey,
So, yeah,
Kevin,
go ahead.
sorry to interrupt. Just a heads up, the link you sent in email is the wrong link. I've been waiting in that one.
Yeah.
That's different from the one you put on Patreon, just so you know.
Yeah. You should have gotten two, because I did, when I updated the Patreon, it should have automatically sent you another email with that I updated the link. But so hopefully, people figure that out, and maybe that's why some of the people aren't here. But
yeah, I didn't get a second one, just so you know.
Okay.
I got the one email.
Okay, well, hopefully they'll say, "Hey, this isn't working," and they'll go to
I'll put something on Facebook. So
yeah, because I did update the group and the Patreon link, but hopefully they'll go back to the Patreon and say, "Hey, what's going on here?" to get the updated link. I didn't think about that. But hey, we'll at least have the playback. So, okay. So anyhow, so yes. So my email address is stl3dwarehouse@gmail.com. So if you want to send me something, an SVG file that you want to see turned into whatever, could be a pen holder, could be, like I said, whatever. I'll just pick something at random and we'll work through that project. I think we'll have time, because this project tonight shouldn't be that involved. So if you haven't already done this, the Bamboo Academy, here, it's on the Bamboo website. If you just type in Bamboo Academy right here, these are really amazing videos. And I really encourage everyone, your first step in the journey of learning about 3D printing is knowing your slicer. Because if we know what we can do on our slicer, then we know what we have to do on the artwork side, what we have to do in Inkscape, and then what we can do in Bamboo. So these are really amazing videos, especially the nitty-gritty on various settings and things that you can do to improve your print quality and things. It's not that intensive. Each little video or chapter is only 15, 20 minutes long. So it's not like you have to wade through hours and hours and hours of videos. Couple 2-3 days, I think you could go through this stuff pretty easily, and I think you'd be way better off for it. Even the boring stuff, just wade through it. You'll pick up a little tidbit or something here that you'll definitely use. So I would definitely recommend that as a great starting point if you haven't already gone through those videos. They're really quite informative. So with that said, let's go ahead and we'll dive in here. And we're going to start off by looking at a little project here. So here we are in Inkscape, and this is what I was telling you about, how this little square here represents my build plate for my printer. So I'm printing on a Bamboo A1. So this build plate is 256 by 256. Now, when we're designing an Inkscape, this build plate is completely irrelevant. So it doesn't really matter that this even is visible. But if we wanted to take our artwork here in Inkscape and get a visual of how it would sit on the build plate, then to me, that's kind of useful to have. So that's a really easy thing to do. We come under the file menu here and come down to document properties, and then we could specify our build plate size right here. Okay. And then once we do that, we can come back up here, and you could see here, we see there's an option here to say where it says save template. So we could click on this and we could give this a name. So like in my case, I would type in Bamboo A1 or something like that. And then right down here, you see where it says set as default template. So we could click that. And so every time we start a new document here in Inkscape, it would use that template, and our build plate would always be there. If we wanted our logo to be on every single design that we did, we could put our logo file in here as part of the template, or whatever you wanted to do on that side of things. So anyhow, but that's all explained in that Inkscape setup video that I was telling you about. So, and then all the keyboard shortcuts that we're going to use are also all explained there as well. So I got somebody trying to get in and they got the wrong link. So let me get them the right one here quick. I didn't even think about the fact that the email notification that everybody got through Patreon had the wrong link. That was my fault. I got to be more mindful of that when I'm creating those links. All right, so the first thing that I wanted to talk about are these crazy, wild stacking letters. I promised I would cover those a little bit. So let me just pull in this image. So somebody had inquired about these. Now this is a different font than the other stacking letters that were already created. So they were wanting this particular font and another one. And but they also wanted them to light up like this. And so what I wanted to show you guys is how one potential way we could do to light these up like this, if that's something that you wanted to do. So I thought I would do a letter here just to show you and the ideas, and then kind of let you take it from there. I don't know if I will someday build a whole set. The challenge that I have with the stacking letters, and the reason that I'm hesitant to create a whole library is A, they take an eternity to print, and so I don't really know how marketable they are. In my neck of the woods, I'm in Kansas, I can't see people beating down my door to buy them. But other people I've talked to, they're like, oh yeah, that's no problem if they're $200-300, people will pay it. But so I don't know, maybe they have different markets than I do, but I don't print to sell anyhow. So so anyhow, so that was one issue, was the marketing standpoint. They take forever to print because they're big. And then the other concern that I had was, especially like in a children's room, because the base is so tiny and this is so tall, it would be very tipsy-topsy. So it would take absolutely nothing to turn that over and have it on the ground. And that can't happen too many times before they shatter. Hold on just a second here. Somebody's trying to get in. Texting. Oh. Just a second, guys. I gotta send this text message here. So I asked on the group if anybody had been making these because the other letters are solid, right? So there is some weight to them because they are solid. But and this base right here, this very bottom base, could be made bigger and could be made to be filled with sand. I mean, but I still think it would be very, very easy to topple over. So that was why I was concerned about making this. But I want to show you how to do it because a lot of people want to make it. So we're going to show you how to do it. So to make these light up, these basically you can think of each one of these letters as a separate light box. Okay, so we're just going to start with our letter H here, and this is the Clarendon. So this is the font that they wanted. It's kind of a blocky font, but you could see like the R has a little bit of, you know, a little bit. It's not quite so blocky as the other set that they had come across. So this is just the letter H that we're going to use as our example. And we can make this as big as we want. So, you know, we can fill the whole build plate. That's one nice thing about having it like this, is you can see how big it's going to be. And of course, if we were going to do the entire alphabet, we would want to make sure that each letter, you know, was the same overall height. But what we do here is, this is a text. You can see here, so it's the little T icon here in Inkscape. So we're going to change it into a path. So now we have a path. And in order to build these letters, just like you see them here, what we need is a front plate, we need the sides, and then we're going to need a back plate. Now, because these letters are going to print hollow, right? They're not going to be printing solid. They're going to print hollow. We need a back plate, and then we need some kind of way to attach the back plate because that's where we're going to access for the wiring and for the LEDs and so on and so forth. Is through that back plate. And so we need a way to attach the back plate where it can come on and off ideally. So we need something that's called a flange. So those are the pieces that we need to make, and we need to make those pieces for each letter. And then the other thing that we got to talk about is how we're going to connect each of these letters to one another in regards to these dividers. Now, I have an idea of how to go about doing this, but that's going to be a little bit more involved, but shouldn't be too bad for you guys to understand, but we're just going to work through it here. So the first part is making the letter. And I do actually, let me come out here to my website real quick here, because I do have another video of another project you might be interested along the same lines as this one. Let me find it here. Right here. So this one right here. So you see here it says converting an SVG into a large 3-printed LED sign. So this is my daughter's name, is Harley, and you can see this is a different font entirely. Now this is a horizontal orientation, but it's kind of along the same lines. But each of these letters was individual letters, and it all together that would be 3 foot wide. So it's kind of the same process. So this video is showing you how to take the SVG and convert it into the finished model with Bamboo Studio. And this video is showing you how to create the artwork in Inkscape. And then we have a similar video here where we're just doing a graduation 2026 configuration. So this is showing you how to do the artwork or the numbers here in Inkscape, and then how to do the model in Bamboo. So those are some additional videos you might want to check out that cover kind of the same thing that we're going to do here. The difference on those videos is we had, instead of what we're going to do here, where we have a removable back plate, on those videos, we showed you how to make a removable front plate. So you could do the same thing with these letters too, if you preferred to have the front plate removable instead of the back plate. All right, so anyhow, there's our letter. And so we're going to duplicate our letter. So we're going to right click and duplicate the letter. And then what we want to do is we want to create the sides of our letter here. So to do this, to create the sides of our letter, we have our letter, and then we have a duplicate letter. So what we're going to do is the original H, we're just going to turn that off. And so now we just have the duplicate. So we're going to duplicate it one more time, right click it, duplicate it again. And this time we're going to give that a different color. And then we're going to come right up here and we're going to choose path effects. And we're going to choose an offset path effect. And we're going to offset to the inside however thick you want your letter to be. And I'm going to suggest somewhere between 2 and 4 millimeters thick. I'm going to go 4 millimeters thick for this example. So we're going to do -4. And you could see we now have this 4 millimeter inset there. So I'm going to grab my shift key and click on this green. And then we're going to come up here to path and choose difference. And now we have a hole and we have a 4 millimeter wide outline. Okay. Now, if you want to use keyboard shortcuts, difference is Control-. Okay. So that's what I would usually use rather than go up here to the menu. But now we have our sides taken care of. So let's go ahead and just change this. So this is going to be our letter side. Okay. And then this is going to be our letter front. Now, you can see our letter front is turned off. This letter front is going to, the shape of this is going to be the exact same as our back plate. So we can duplicate this, right click and duplicate, or you can hit Control D, D as in dog. That will also duplicate. And then we're going to go ahead and change this to our letter back. I got people texting me trying to get in because I screwed up the link. So let me. All right. Okay, so that's our letter back. All right. And so now what we need to do, let's go ahead and turn off our letter sides here for a moment. So we offset 4 millimeters previously for the sides of our letter H. And now what we need to do is create a flange. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to offset slightly more. So we're going to come in and we're going to offset again, but this time we're going to offset -4.1 millimeters. So this is 4 millimeters plus 1/10 of another millimeter. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and choose path and object to path, and that will set that offset amount for us. And then we're going to go ahead and offset one more time. But to do that, we need a duplicate. So we're going to right click and duplicate. And then we'll go back to offset one more time. And we're going to offset 2 millimeters this time. So -2. We'll give this a different color so we can see the offset. So just like before. And Control-. Okay, so now we have that flange made. Okay, so that's all we really need to do artwork wise. So I just want to go ahead and turn this back on. I want you to see the back, which this is actually our flange now. So that's our flange. And then we will have to have another piece of the front. So we'll duplicate that and we will call this back. So now we have 4 pieces, right? We have our front, and then we have our sides, and then we have our flange and our back. So I want to turn on the flange and the side because I just want you to see this a little bit more clearly. So you see that tiny little gap, right? It's all the way around everything. Now this you might decide to change, right? This is what works well for me. So we have a 0.1 millimeter gap here, and we have a 0.1 millimeter gap here. And so this flange should fit perfectly inside. That should be enough, but if you print this out and you decide you want it a little bit more, then you can make it a little bit more. But I'm fairly certain this will get the job done for you. So, so that's complete. So let's go ahead and save this to the desktop. And we'll just call it letter H. Now, let's talk about the next potential step that we might want to consider doing. That is this here. So the original stacking letters, those are printed solid. And this divider is also printed solid. And so, and then what they did is they have these solid pegs, or dowels, like we would use in woodworking, that you would connect this letter to this base using those pegs. But when we're doing a hollow letter like we're doing here, then we don't have that type of connector because we just have an empty hole, right? So how could we go about connecting it? And while it would take a little bit of work on the design side of things, I think ultimately this is how I would approach it. If I was going to make a sign for a customer, I would go ahead and create a whole alphabet just like this, right? With these components for each letter, for each number. But then how do we connect them all together? This is how I think I would approach it. Now, I haven't actually printed this out, right? But I think this is how I would handle it. So let me just give you an idea here. So we have a divider, like so. Okay, now I'm just going to lower my opacity. So we click on that first square here. That allows us to lower our opacity so we could see through this a little bit. But here's what I would maybe do. I would like to try this to see if this would work out okay or not. But what I would like to do is just create a little rectangle here. And we're going to make that 2 millimeters tall. And I don't know how wide. You know, the width really is not really that relevant, but it would be something about like that. And then I'm going to duplicate this. So I just hit Control D. Okay, so then I have that. Okay, I have one on each side. And then I'm going to duplicate this again. And then I'm just going to have this a little bit wider. So we'd have this like T-slot here. And we'll duplicate this again. And then we're just going to copy this over here. So on this piece, on the letter H, we would have this little T-slot. Now, when we get into Bamboo, I'll show you how this could maybe work. And again, somebody would actually have to print this out and just test my theory. But I think this would be relatively easy to do per sign, right? Per layout. And this would be good for the end customer because it could put it together really easily. And the one thing that would be nice to know is we won't have to use no glue. This would all connect together very solidly. So what I would suggest doing is this piece right here, this piece right here, we're actually going to make that I would probably do like 2.1 millimeter or 2.2. Let's just make it 2.2. you're going to get this file. So if you want to test print this, then you'll be able to. So that is 2.2 millimeters tall. So let me just give that a different color just so you can see this a bit more clearly. So you see that our 2.2, we decided to make it 2.2. So let's do it over here too. So 2.2. This will all make more sense when we get into Bamboo and actually create the model. We'll just move this down, okay? So there we go. Now, this piece here, we're gonna cut into this piece. So this piece here is going to only have a 2 millimeter wall. So we're going to duplicate this shape. I just hit Control D to duplicate it, and let's offset it. So we're going to offset it 2 millimeters to the inside. So there we go. So we've offset it 2. So now we have 2 of them. Shift click the outside one, Control minus. Remember, that was the same as we did previously with path and difference. So now maybe we could see this a bit more clearly. So this is going to have a slot, and you'll see there's a little bit of clearance. So when this slides in from the back side, this will slide over this piece right here. So this divider will be hollow. Like I said, hopefully this will make more sense when we get into Bamboo and make it all work the way it needs to work. So I'm just going to resave this, and then we'll go into Bamboo here, and we'll start building our model. So we'll go ahead and Control I to import our letter H that we just created. There it is. And you can see here, we have this going on. Now, I don't have all of my components. So let me go back here. I forgot I had some stuff turned off. So we need these things turned on. And then we can resave this and then come back in to Bamboo here and re-import. So there's our letter H. Okay, so we'll start here. And what I usually would like to do is I usually like to take what is going to be the biggest piece first. So that would be the sides of our letter H, and go ahead and give that a thickness. So in this case, we're just going to make it 75. So that is a 3-inch deep letter. Okay, so we'll make that 3 inches. Now, this is 4 millimeters thick. All right, and now that 4 millimeters of thickness, that should be thick enough not to show light through. Now, our front panel here, so this could be the front. Our front panel, we want to show light through. So we usually, it's either like a millimeter or maybe 1.5, even 2 millimeters, right? It depends on the color. It probably depends on the color of the filament that you're going to be using. But so let's just say we're going to make it white. And then we'll give the front here a thickness of 2 millimeters. And then we're going to move this in the Z direction. And this is probably the hardest thing to really understand in Bamboo. But it's actually really easy once you do understand it. So our sides are 75. The front is 2 millimeters thick. And I want the front to sit right at 35 or 75. So because it's 2 millimeters thick, I would back it off 1, so 74. And so now this white piece, right, that's going to be our lens that's going to light up, is flush right there with right at 75. Okay, and then we can kind of move on from there. So this is our flange, and our flange is actually going to be printed on the build plate. So the flange, I usually make mine 12 millimeters thick, which is a 1/2 inch. So we set the Z height to 12, and then we come to the move tool and we set that Z height to 6. Half of 12 is 6, and we want that to print on the build plate. Now this piece here, that becomes our back. So we go back to scale 2 millimeters thick, because our back is, I usually print at 2 millimeters thick. And we want to print that on the build plate, so that Z value is 1. Okay. So now we got that taken care of, and that taken care of. We can actually name this back if we want to, and we can name our flange if we want to. We'll call that flange, just to kind of keep all of our pieces straight. And then this is our sides. So that's where we're at so far. So now this is our base, or our divider, I guess you could say. So we'll kind of leave that for right now. And then we have these little slots that we made, right? So we'll go ahead and select both of those slots on either side. So remember, these are 2.2 millimeters thick here. So we could make them the full depth of our letter, but I don't think that's necessary. So I'm only going to make them 40 millimeters deep. Again, this is more of a theory than actual use, but I think this will work out okay. So we'll just make them 40 for this example. And let's make them 50. But we want to put those on our build plate. Okay, so to do that, we are going to go to our move tool, and half of 50 is 25. And so those will sit just like that on our build plate. Now this, like I said, this doesn't make sense yet, but it will. Okay, so then we've got those two taken care of. So that is, let's see, that is that one and that one. So then we need our two bigger ones. So those are the bigger ones, and we're going to make those the same depth. So we're going to do 50. And we're going to set those at Z height of 25. So they are sitting on the build plate. So now let's see if we can see this a little bit more clearly here. So now we have this T slot. Let me go ahead and just move this out of the way for right now. So now you can see we have that T slot, right? So now what we want to do is take this piece, right, that's going to become our divider here, and we want to be able to make this piece be able to accept that T slot. That's the next part of the process here. So, but to do that, we're going to go back into Inkscape to kind of remake this piece, so it will slide in there. But I just wanted to kind of show you what the idea, what the concept was so far. Now, so we could just get rid of that for the time being. So now the next part of the puzzle here is to go ahead and figure out how this is actually going to print. So that's the next piece of the puzzle. How is this going to print? And so what we're going to do here is we're going to create a couple of build plates. And we're going to go ahead and copy this and then just paste it. So I just hit Control-C, and I'm going to paste it here. And we're going to paste it here. So we're going to have two build plates to print. Okay, so the first build plate here is we're going to go ahead and get rid of our letter H, and we're going to get rid of our sides, and we're going to get rid of our little T-slot pieces. And so we're just printing our back plate and our flange. That's all we're printing on that first build plate. Now on this plate, we're going to do something a little bit different because how this is going to print. So we're going to turn this over. So that's step one. We're going to go ahead and turn this over. And now we're going to get rid of our back plate, and we're going to get rid of our flange. Now our little T-slots, those will remain. Our front plate will remain. We're going to have to move our piece here so it's not intruding our prime tower. Now, because of the way these T-slots are made, they will have to be supported right here because of that cantilever. So that's not a big deal. So let's go ahead and turn on supports. So we'll enable supports. We'll come down here under advanced. I always set my top Z distance to 0.28. And then my top interface layers, I usually use 4. Okay, so let's go ahead and just slice this plate just to see how long this takes to print. And I want to check one other thing out, how this black and white prints in front. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so you can see we have our supports. You can see this takes 9 hours. All right, well, that's not exciting. You can see the cost of our filament. We do have 10 filament changes, which that's not bad. But I wanted to show you this. Now, this doesn't necessarily look bad. This is probably how I would print it. But you see how this has a border of black and then the white, right? I just want to explain why it's printing that way, and if you didn't want it to print that way, how you could change it, okay? This is probably how I would print it, though. But the reason it's printing this way is because of the order of how this is printing. You see white, this piece of white is printing before, well, it's in the layer stack before our sides. So if we just move this down, okay, and then we resliced it, now you'll see what will happen here. So because the white is below the sides, the white will become the dominant color, and so the whole front face. So you see how that whole front face is now white? And we look at it from the end, you could see our front plate is white also. So if you had a personal preference, that's how you could change it. The only drawback to having this whole plate on the front white is the light would only show, the light would not show through because of our side thickness is 4 millimeters. So that's why I would probably have it, you know, and if you printed out this all, you wouldn't necessarily have to print it out in black and white, obviously. You could print it out all in one color. But that's just, you know, something to think about as you're making decisions here. Okay? So that is that. So let's go ahead and show you how to go about creating the artwork in Inkscape to make that divider where it'll accept this letter. So this is the part I even have to put my thinking cap on a little bit to figure out exactly what we need to do here. So you can see here we have a little bit of a gap. And what I think we're going to do here is we're just going to go ahead and do the same thing on the sides here. So I think all we really need to do here is, and let's see here, I'm trying to think what I want to do here. Okay, so firstly, let me think how I want to do this. Let's turn this off. I don't think we need that on. I think that'll be more confusing to leave this on. So let's just turn these pieces off. So we don't need that, okay? So then this first piece here, we need to make it just a little bit wider than it is, okay? So let's go ahead and, how do I want to do this? I'm going to duplicate these existing ones and then just turn them off because I'm going to alter these. So the first thing I want to do is make this wider. So, and it just needs to be a little bit wider. So I think if we just make this a millimeter wider, it'll be fine. So we'll just hit it 53. And then we're going to use this piece to center our green piece back up. We're going to go ahead and center that. And then over here, we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to make that 53. And then we're going to use this brown one to center it back into place. All right, so those two are centered the way we need them. So I'm happy with that. That's going to give us just a little bit of clearance left to right. And then I think what we'll do here is we're going to this brown one, see there's a gap right there? We're not going to have that gap. So we're just going to move that up. And we're going to do the same thing over here. We're going to move this one straight up. So there's no gap. Okay. And then this one here, we're going to go ahead and just pull it up like this. And we're going to pull this one up, this green one, up a little bit like that. Okay. Now, like I said, I know none of this will make sense to you right at this moment, but hopefully it will start to make sense. That I have to think this through myself a little bit and make sure I'm doing this right. Let me go into outline mode here. Let's go back into bring one side of that back open. Let me look at this again. So we're going to send this to the back and give it a different color so I can see this a little bit more clearly. Let me think here. Let's go back into Bamboo for a second. I got to put my mind back to it here. So our piece, our divider has to have this slot cut out, but it needs to have like a little bit of a ledge there. So I got to think about how to do that. All right. All right. So let's go this wider one. Let's get rid of that for a second. The one we made wider. Get rid of that for a second. All right, let's turn that off. Maybe that's what we'll do. Okay. So now we've got our little piece. So this is what our letter looks like. We got to get rid of this. So this is what the letter looks like. Now we're just going to go back to the beginning here. So I was thinking about it backwards, is what the issue was. So this is 2.2. Okay, so that's what the letter looks like. So this divider piece, that needs a hole right there in our divider piece. So let's go ahead and turn this on, our divider piece, so we could see this. So this piece here does need to be bigger, like I originally thought, but we need to cut a hole in our divider piece. So we'll go ahead and duplicate this, and we will make it 53, just like we did previously. We'll go ahead and shift select our brown piece and center it. And then we'll go ahead and trim our divider piece here. So we're going to go ahead and trim this. Control minus. So now you see we cut that just a little bit there. Okay. And now we're going to essentially do the same thing over here. But we already have our piece. So we're going to shift click our divider, control minus. Okay. So that's all we really need to do with that. So now we just have something that looks like this. Okay. And that's, like I said, that's really all we need to do. So in the divider piece, we're gonna print this solid because we don't need to have it. Sean, did you have a question?
More like a statement.
Okay.
Since you cut that green, the small green one into the base, the orange one, that other orange one is not gonna slide in unless we tilt it to the side, right?
This one here?
Yeah, it's not gonna slide in the base part unless we tilt it to the side because it's only a little larger than the light orange one. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do. I do see what you're saying. We're gonna get there. We've got a little bit more work to do. But we're fixing to get there, and then hopefully this will all make more sense. It doesn't even make sense in my brain yet, so I know it can't make sense in yours. So, but I promise it will begin to make more sense. I hope. All right. So what we're gonna do here is, so this block we're gonna print solid. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a little piece that is, so the block is gonna print solid. But then we're going to make a little slot in our block using these pieces. So let's just see how this all comes together here. So we're going to, first of all, I'm just going to grab a couple of rectangles here, and we're just going to fill on our block. I'm going to do it this way because, like I said, hopefully this will make sense as we go along here. So we're going to do that. And so see, we have this little space right here. So that's what we want. And then we're going to go ahead and grab another rectangle. And so now we have this little block here. Once we do it on one letter, then we can kind of figure out exactly how to duplicate it for all the letters once we understand the exact process. Sometimes Inkscape is fussy and it won't snap where we want it to snap to, unless we move some things around here. That'll be close enough. Okay, so let's go ahead and take these pieces. So that green piece, the brown piece, and the green piece, and let's bring those to the top. And we'll do that same thing over here. We're going to raise it to the top. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to grab our rectangle tool, and we'll just create a couple more rectangles. And we'll slide this over. Okay. So hopefully this will make more sense now. So what we're going to do here is all of our purple pieces, we're going to go ahead and select all of them. So we could just right click, select same, fill color, and that will select all of our purple pieces. And then we'll go to path and union. Okay. So now this piece is going to print solid, right? And you can see we've got this so far going on. But this piece right here, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and take this piece. This is the only other one I think we'll modify a little bit here, is we're going to go ahead and make this and this. Instead of only 2 millimeters thick, let's go ahead and make it 2.2. Okay, so we're just going to make it just a little bit deeper. And then we're going to go ahead and take this these two and this one, and just go ahead and hit Control plus. Now that is the same as if we were to go to Path and Union. And then we're going to cut a slot out. So we're going to go ahead and take those two pieces right there, and we're going to shift click our big purple one and Control minus. Okay. So now you see that's our slot. Now remember, our letter H has like the opposite, right? So it should just slide right in there perfectly. So now we're going to go ahead and grab one more rectangle and then the full width here. And then you'll understand how this all will kind of connect together. So let's go ahead and just turn all this stuff off for the time being. So we'll just kill all that. So this is the only part that's visible. And so we'll go ahead and hit File and Save As. And then this is going to be our divider. And then we'll go back into Bamboo here. Hopefully this will all make sense. So we're going to go ahead and import our divider piece. So Control I, and there's our divider. Now our divider is comprised of two pieces. One of them is, now remember this is 75. So the one has a slot and the one doesn't. So you see that one has a slot, okay? And so that one is going to be, we're going to go ahead and make it 51. Or we could make it, we could make it 50 and a half, maybe even make it 50. Let's just go ahead and make it 50. Okay. And then our other one, we're going to go ahead and make it whatever's left, which in this case is 25. Okay. Now the one with the slots here, we're going to go ahead and move it up. And I'm not going to even bother with the math. We're just going to move it up an arbitrary amount, and we need to connect those two faces. So we can use our assembly tool to do that. And just zero this out. So you see there? So that's how that works. So we just escape out of that. So now, if we look at this, you see how that slot, right? That slot is only 50 millimeters deep. And this part of our H is only 50 millimeters deep. But see, it has like a T, right? It has the opposite of this. So this can just slide right in there. And that would just be one solid piece. It'll interlock with one another. So no glue, no nothing. And that'll lock together. So what I would do, like if I wanted to make a whole set of letters, right? I would make the letters like we did for each, essentially for each light box, right? But then these components, I would have like a automated drawing, right? I only have to create the drawing once, and then I can just bring in these pieces. We could do a mesh boolean, and we could cut out, we could cut out our dividers perfectly, and we could add it to our letters, the existing drawing. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably go through, and I don't know if I'll make a whole letter set, but what I'll do is I'll make these pieces, and I'll make a separate video to explain in more detail, like more cleanly, how to actually use these pieces. So whatever font you ultimately decide to use, then you could use that font and just attach these little connector pieces and be able to make these slots a little bit more automatically. But I think this would be a better assembly process than using pegs or whatever. And just, I think they would interlock together pretty well. But a little bit of testing should be done. We use 0.2 of a millimeter for spacing. So we want these letters to be able to slide in, yes, but we also don't want them to be super loose. So I think that 0.2 of a millimeter that we added would be just enough to make it work like that. So this configuration, we wouldn't need any supports, but here on our letter, we do need a little support right there on that ledge, but that shouldn't be a big deal. So let me go ahead and save this, and we'll get on to the project of the night here. But I did want to cover that because I had a lot of people asking me about that. So we'll call that letter H. Now, somebody had a question about how you would go about lighting this up. And that's really another whole topic. But generically speaking, I do sell 12 millimeter or 12 volt LED strips. And essentially what you would do is I put my LED strips on my back plate. And I sell these little connector wires that will, so I would put one here, put one here, put one horizontally, and I'd probably put 2 or 3 strips vertically. And you can cut these LED strips, to whatever length you need. And then there's these little wires that we would solder each segment of the strip together. And soldering, as much as you might be scared to solder, once you've done it, it's really, really simple. It's not complicated at all. But that's how I would do it. And then we can hide the wire from this letter. We can hide the letter through the divider to get to the next letter. So if you want this truly to light up, the first time you do it, you're going to be very aggravated, right? Because you don't know what you're doing. But once you get through it, a couple of them, then it'll be like automatic. Like you won't even think about it. Like it would be super easy to be able to do it. So that might be a class for another day, is how to put the lights on here. And this little connector idea, right? This little connector idea could be utilized with solid letters too. So, you don't have to be hollow. And personally, I think that would work better than a peg system, but I don't know. I can only talk in theory from an engineering mind, not from an actual print mind, because I haven't printed it to test my theory. So, so anyhow, if somebody wants a custom name done, maybe I'll make somebody one name, and then they can print it and tell us if our slot system works or not. Or maybe someday I'll make one for my little girl. Somebody asked me about this also with these hollow letters, about making it a bank. So if they put a coin in, it would go through the letter, go through the divider to the next letter, and so on and so forth, all the way to the bottom. And they wanted to make a giant piggy bank. And I guess it could be done, but it would take a little bit of thinking how to actually do that. But that, be a cool little project too. So let's go ahead and we'll start our new project. So I want to show you how to make a lamp from a candlestick design that we did. I don't know if we did this in class, but I did this candlestick design a while ago. So let's go ahead and bring it in here. And so you're going to get this candlestick design in your class files if you are a Batty member on that $20 Patreon tier. And you'll get the completed lamps as well. So, but this is the candle holder, okay? So we're going to go ahead and delete this because we don't need that. And we'll go ahead and delete this for now because we don't need that. And then we're going to alt-click on our candle plate here, and we're going to get rid of that too. So this is all we need for right now. I don't like my prime tower. Bugs me. So we're going to go over to our global tab, go to others, and turn that prime tower off so I don't have to look at it. So all we're going to do here for simplicity is just make this bigger. And my build plate is 256 by 256. So I'm going to go to my scale tool. We're going to turn on uniform scale, and we're going to make this 240 millimeters wide. Boom. So now she's a big old one, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and import our puck assembly. Now, the puck assembly is on our Patreon. Now, you do have to be a paid Patreon member to access this, but when you go to the Patreon, if you do the search and type in puck, then it should pop up for you. So we're going to go ahead and puck right here. And then this is the puck assembly. We'll go ahead and hit OK. And so that's what we get. Okay. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to take this and we're going to right click and center it to the build plate. And then we're going to take our puck and we're going to right click and center it to the build plate. So we're going to move it over here and just right click and center it to the build plate. Now this one here we don't actually need. We'll throw that one away. Okay. So our puck is hiding in here. If you look through, it's in there, right in there. But we can also go to the Objects tab, and you could see here we have, we've got to find it here. So on plate 1, we have all of the pieces, and then scroll down a little bit here, and we should have our puck assembly right there. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and move it up here. And I want to show you something. Now we can't move it up because it needs to be part of our main assembly. So we go ahead and select this one and then control click this one, right click and merge. And now our puck is part of that assembly. So there it is right here. It's this lamp pipe bullion. So let's go ahead and move it up. Approximately how high we want this off of our candle holder. So I want it up about like that. But you see where this is right here? We have a decision to make. We can make this go into this piece more, or we can cut some of it off so it doesn't have to go quite so deep. Now this right here is printing solid. So really that amount of depth into our model here is probably sufficient. But I do want to show you, well, what if you wanted to do something different? What if you wanted that post to go deeper in? How would you do that? Okay, like I said, I don't think it's necessary, but what if you wanted it to go deeper into the model? Well, let me show you how you would do that, because it's not obvious right off the top. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we alt click our puck assembly and we'll go to our move tool and we're just going to move it up. Okay, so we moved it straight up. And now we're going to select our whole assembly and go to our cut plane tool. And this little yellow dot, we're just going to move it up, and see that piece right there? We're going to whack it. So we choose cut to parts and perform the cut. And now if I alt click this piece and hit my scale, watch what I could do. See, I could scale that post, right? As much as I want. And then I can move this post down. So now I can make this as tall as I want. So I'm going to go ahead and alt click both of these pieces, go to the move tool, and move this back down where I want it to be. Let's say I want it to be there. Okay, so now I want it to be that far off. But now if we look in here, this post goes through the entire model all the way down to the bottom of the base. Okay, so if you want to have that tall of a post, that's how easy it is to make those adjustments. Okay, now these are separate pieces, right? The post that we cut is separate from the top, but it doesn't matter. When we go to slice it, it wouldn't matter one way or the other. Now, like I said, I don't think we need it that deep. So I'm just gonna go ahead and pull this back up. So I'm gonna go to my scale here. And we're gonna go ahead and move it. And I want that little piece to just barely come through here. So let's see if we can get it again. We have our top part of our assembly, and I want this other piece right here. you could see when we did that slicing, we've got some non-manifold edges. So let's go ahead and repair that. It happens sometimes when we use that cut plane tool. And this also, the other piece has some non-manifold edges. So let's fix that. It gave us a little warning right here. That little triangular warning. Okay, so now those are taken care of. But let's see here. I want this piece. And you can see it's about as deep as we can go, almost. Let's go. Let's see if we can go a little bit deeper here. Before it starts showing in our underneath our model here. So I think we're pretty good there. So let's look at it again. That piece right there. If I hit Control-3, it'll give me a completely forward view. And if I hit Control-1, it allows me to look straight down. So sometimes that's useful. So we'll go back to, but you could see we could go a little bit deeper, but I think we're good right there. So this post is going to stick into our lamp that much. And I think that's enough because, you know, like I said, this is pretty deep here. So the only thing I might do differently here is to alt-click. Let's go ahead and grab both pieces here. So Control-click this one over in the Objects tab, and I just want to slide it over a little bit so it's more centered. See that? Okay, and so now what we need to do is we need to cut a hole where our lamp post is there. So to do that, we're just going to go and select our assembly, and we'll go to our Mesh Boolean tool, and we're going to move this over, move everything over, and then we're going to come down our list here. Now, you see how this is slightly highlighted in like that blue color? So we're going to uncheck that, and then we're going to click on this one and this one. And you see how those two are now like highlighted? So when I move this right arrow, they come over to the B side. So our cutter is always going to show green, and then what we're going to cut is always going to show blue. We are going to choose Keep Original Models, and let's execute. Okay, now I don't know. You can't really tell if it did the job until we move these out of the way. So let's go ahead and move that one. And I'm just alt-clicking, and sure enough, there's our hole. Okay, so I think we're good to go. So now what we have to do is set this up for printing. So I always like to keep my main model complete. So if you ever buy one of our design files, that first plate is not intended to be printed. It's just to show you what the completed model looks like. So let's go ahead and copy and paste. And then I think that's it. No, we have to do one more. We do have to do one more. Okay, so on this plate, we're going to get rid of our puck. And we're going to get rid of this. So we alt-click those and delete them. And then we're going to go ahead and lay this flat. And then just for fun, we're going to select it and right-click and center it on the build plate. So you can see that hole that was created there. This is totally flat on the back side here. So that takes care of that. And then on this one, we're going to just alt-click that and this and this and this and this and this. And so now all we have is our puck assembly, and that gets turned over. So our pucks will print like this on the build plate. Okay. Now this does not require supports. This, well, I say that it may actually require supports because of our hole. Let's go ahead and slice it and just see how long it's going to take to print. when we're printing this solid. Somebody asked about that. Anyhow, they're like, well, how long does it take to print? Well, we're going to fix it to find out. It's taking a while to slice, which usually means it's going to take a while to print. I do have my Pride Tower turned off, so I'll have to be sure to turn that back on before I actually go to print. But since it's going to take 1 day to print that bad boy, it's showing that we don't need supports for the hole for a lamppost here. Now we could modify this, mess with the infill settings and things to maybe not make it take so long to print. But this is using a lot of filament. We have 38 color changes, right? So that's not like an overly excessive amount. Now, we also don't necessarily have to have it this thick, right? So we could modify that if we wanted to. And we might take a look at doing that, not having it quite so thick. So, but if we left it just the way it was, that's how long it would take to print. And then this piece here, we do need supports turned on for that. So, and then if I slice our little puck piece here, so you'll see some support along the edge there, and then you will see some supports underneath as well. But those should pop out just fine for you. And they're not really visible because that's where our LED puck ultimately goes into anyhow. So I'm going to save this. So we're going to hit File, Save Project As, and we'll call this.
Hey, Kevin, I have a question, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
How are you moving your build plate in Bamboo Studios? When you're in your slicer, you're trying to cut it. How do you move it? I mean, I can move it left to right with the figures, but what are you pushing a control key or?
So are you talking like this when I'm moving left and right like that?
Yes.
It's a right mouse button.
Right mouse button. Okay, thank you.
So yeah, the right mouse button is pan, and then the left mouse button is orbit.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. I was working with somebody on a one-on-one, and she was driving me crazy. And Kia's not here tonight, so I can talk about her. But she kept doing this with this damn cube, and I was like, Kia, don't get rid of that damn cube. Don't try to navigate your document with that cube. Just the left mouse button. You can spin it around, do whatever you need to, and then yeah, you can pan with your right mouse button, and then we can zoom in and out with your zoom wheel. It's way quicker than trying to maneuver this damn cube. But
yes, and very hard to get there.
yeah. So anyhow, but I want to show you one more thing with this. So what I always do is I bring this out kind of like this. I always come from this angle. I mean, you could come from this angle too. Maybe we'll come to this angle just for fun tonight, but I usually go the opposite angle. But so I just kind of get it how I think I want it. And then we'll come in here and I'm just using the Windows snipping tool here. And then we're just going to copy it to the clipboard. Okay, so I copy it to the clipboard. And then we'll come back out here to the internet. And we'll come to chat. And then we can just right click and paste. So then I'll ask chat to how I want this to look, basically. Now, chat is a real useful tool. I pay for it. It's $20 a month. but we can take our designs and make them more realistic looking. That's what got you all here tonight, right? It was that AI image. But so we could just ask chat to do whatever crazy thing you want to do. Like I'm gonna give it a couple of crazy instructions just to show you that whatever your mind dreams up, you can make it happen. Okay, so let's do it. So we're gonna go to dictation mode here. I would like you to take this lamp base and put it in a casual living room with black and gold accents. I would like you to add a lampshade with the Gucci logo on the lampshade as well. And I would like you to add bubbles floating in the air. So we ask it, to do whatever it is we want to do, and we make chat come up with something. But it's quite amazing, like how specific you can get and how it actually understands you. Like you can get pretty specific with it. Like when I was doing some other marketing images, I asked it to, when I was doing it for like the Knicks and the Spurs when they were playing, I would say, have the Knicks playing on the big screen in the background, have them up by 12 or whatever. Like you could, ask it all kinds of crazy things. But you could see it did a pretty fun job. Now, I don't like it sitting on a coffee table because it wouldn't actually sit on a coffee table. A lamp typically doesn't sit on a coffee table, but you get the idea that you can ask it to do whatever you want. And in this case, it actually lit up. It must have known what our next step is going to be. It's showing you how to make the one that lights up. But I thought that was kind of interesting. So yeah, so that's that.
Kevin.
Yeah.
When you get to the lamp shade, that's where I'm getting stuck. Can it do it in Bamboo, or do you find that Blender is the easiest?
To make a lampshade?
Yeah, if we're doing the lampshade.
Yeah. So
that fits the puck or the neck or whatever you want to call it.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we're talking about a couple of different things. So let me show you one option. Let's see. What do I want to do? Let's go into Bamboo, and let me do this. So a couple of things here. So let's go ahead and first of all, I'm going to import one of my lampshades that I made. So
your lampshades with like how in the picture you posted for tonight's class, that lampshade to me looks, I'm going to say black with the logo on it. I've done lampshades, but only lithophane.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I'm stuck at, is doing a shade out of PLA.
Okay. Well, I'm going to show you. Well, we've got time, and so creating lampshades is something that I feel like is a pretty easy task. We're going to go into Blender to do it. So to answer that question, yes, I would typically create a lampshade in Blender. Now you don't have to be scary. You don't have to be scared because the lampshade project is fairly simple. But I want to show you something that.
And is there do you have a basic like this lampshade already in somewhere, Patreon, YouTube, somewhere to buy it, something? Do you have a basic lampshade already? And how difficult or not difficult is it to say, I'm gonna just say Nix, that I want to add a Nix logo or a Nix picture on it?
Sure, I can walk you through that. So let's, as long as we're here.
Because I don't have to reinvent the wheel. I'm fine with taking a blank one and then you showing me how to make it mine, like where that green is. I think I know how to make that red, but how do we put a picture or pictures on it, or symbol, what have you?
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a couple of things, because I want to show you how to make a lampshade in Blender, just so you have, you know, if that's something that you want to attempt, you can. Like, Blender, of course, is free for those that don't know. So Blender's free, and making a lampshade in Blender is really, really simple. So I don't think you have to have very much knowledge at all in Blender. As long as you can follow instructions, I think you'll be pretty successful in creating a lampshade. Now, in this particular case, we have an oval, right? And this oval is of a certain size, which probably for this lamp base that we're working on, it would be fine, right? As far as the size goes. But what if you're doing a smaller lamp, then you don't want this big lampshade? I have this same lampshade in 2 different sizes. So it's available on the website. They're $5 for the blank lampshade. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this logo right here, and we're going to convert it. I'm going to show you how to convert this and to put it on the lampshade. But what I wanted to talk about was this inside part. So this part right here is, and I can include this part, this base part here, in the class file, so you don't have to like recreate it. But this part right here came from It's Litho. So when you're in It's Litho, you can specify how big this ring is, but this is already perfectly sized for the neck, so it'll fit, you know, fit right on there. But we can use this component. So I want to show you how to break this apart here, so you can see this a little bit more clearly. So so all I did was import the lampshade. So this shade and the smaller version is available on the website. Like I said, they're $5. But if you right click here, and we're going to split this to objects, and then if we go over to the objects, this is one thing I think a lot of people don't utilize enough, is this objects tab. So here in the objects tab, you see where it says It's Litho. So all of these pieces, you'll see there's a bunch of them, right? So all of these pieces that say It's Litho, that's what makes up that interior component right there. Okay, so so we hit the move tool here, you can see that's separate from the shade itself. So in other words, if you did want to create your own lampshade and you wanted a specific size and so forth, you could utilize this piece, and then you would know it would fit on the puck perfectly. Now, to kind of finish this off, we have to right click here. So right now, these 2 pieces, all of this is separate from this. This is now been separated. But if we right click at this again and choose split, and this time we're going to split to parts. And so when we split to parts, then we're going to come up here to painting and erase all painting. So now that top band, we can, and then the bottom band, I'm just all clicking both of those, we can give it a gold color, for example. And so that's how we would change, and then obviously if we wanted to change the shade itself, if we wanted it blue or whatever, you could change each one of those pieces separately. So that's what you would need to do if you're using, my lampshade. But I'll show you how to, like I said, we'll go into Blender and we'll maybe make a round lampshade for this. And then I'll include that lampshade and this piece in the class files, so you have it. But what I wanted to do is show you how to take this and stick it on the front of this lampshade. Okay, so all we have to do is copy and paste it, and then we'll just kind of walk through each one of these pieces, what's what here, and show you how this works. So, and this is true, you know, you got to kind of think outside the box a little bit, because this would be true of any model. It doesn't really matter where it came from. So if it's something that you bought, or it's something that you found on MakerWorld, you know, all kinds of different places where you can get stuff from, right? So you can utilize these same techniques. I have a video, in fact, on my YouTube channel where I took a bookmark, a little bitty bookmark that I saw on MakerWorld, and I turned it into a lamp, just because I liked the artwork on the bookmark. I just thought it was interesting. So this same technique, you can go, now this way we're taking a big object and making it tiny, but you could take a tiny object and make it big too. So it works both directions. But we have a hole here. So you see this hole that we created, and that's going to create us a bit of an issue. So we're going to get rid of the hole. That's going to be our first step here to making our logo for our lampshade. So we're going to come into our cut plane tool, and we're just going to bring that so it's above our hole, and we're going to choose cut to parts, and we're going to perform the cut. And then we're going to hold down the Alt key and select and just delete that piece, and just keep deleting. And so see what we did? We cut right through that, right? And so we're going to do the same thing over here, and we're going to have to do it a couple of times. And so now we whacked it just like so. So now if we move this any which direction, it'll just drop right to the build plate for us. So now we've gotten rid of our hole. That's a good first step. So now all we have to do is go through all these pieces and change the thickness of them so we can put them on our lampshade. So we'll just start here. So we're gonna, and we could probably do it right over here. If we select this, that's our assembly, and this is probably the place to do it. It's just go through each one of these pieces. We'll turn off uniform scale, and for right now, let's just make it 1 millimeter. And we do have to do this bit by bit. In the old version, we didn't have, I don't know how to select them all and make them all 1 millimeter. I don't think we can do it in this version. The old version we could. This one I don't think we can. But everything become 1 millimeter. So that's kind of our first step. So all these pieces, whatever they are, we're just going to make them all 1 millimeter for right now. Okay, so I think we're there. So that's step one. Now step two is to put all of these on the build plate. So to do that, we're going to just do 0.5. Each one of these, and the Z height is going to be 0.5. There's not that many pieces, so not too bad. That one's already 0.5. And the reason we're doing 0.5 is because we made everything 1 millimeter, and half of 1 is 0.5. So now everything is sitting on the build plate, okay? Now, if we were to just go ahead and slice this just the way it is, let's just do it, just so you can see this. All the conflicts, the slicer takes care of, right? So this, if we were to print this out, it would print perfectly. It would be 1 millimeter thick. So you can see it would take 1 hour and 47 minutes to print. So, you know, that's just something to kind of think about. Now, so what I usually would do in the case of our lampshade, what we have to do is we have to figure out, first of all, how big a logo we can make. Now, I already know that, but if you don't know, you can just select your lampshade, come to your measure tool, and you can see that line. It wants to measure the whole height of our lampshade, and that's not really what we want. We want this area. So we're going to move this. Sometimes it helps to zoom in a little bit, but we want that right there. See that edge? And
Are you clicking there, or the mouse captured it?
Yeah, I'm left clicking.
Okay.
So once I see that highlighted right there, I'm left clicking. And then it tells us that that's up roughly 107 millimeters tall, is what that tells us. So when I'm doing logos for the lampshade, I like to do them at 85 millimeters tall. So it's not quite the full height. So we would take this logo, go to our scale tool, and so you could see this is obviously too tall. But here's the thing that is kind of nifty. So we want to leave everything 1 millimeter thick, but we have to scale it down. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to click on uniform scale, and then we know the height, our finished height is 85 millimeters. So we'll go ahead and choose 85 millimeters. Okay, now because we had uniform scale selected, it's going to change everything uniformly. And so you can see our thickness is no longer 1 millimeter, but we need 1 millimeter, right? So pay attention to this number right here, 104.14. That's the number that we need to put in our head. Sometimes I'll just jot it down on a piece of paper. I always have paper right at my desk for this. So that's our target number. So let's undo this and let's not check uniform scale. We know we want 85 here, and we know we want 104.14 here. So when we do it that way, we get the logo the size that we want it for our lampshade, but everything remains 1 millimeter thick. So we don't have to like redo our work again. So that's just a little trick when we're scaling up or down. If you want to maintain the thickness, go ahead and choose uniform scale and resize it. And then just be mindful of that other number. Undo, and then you could do it manually that way. And then you'll maintain the thickness. Bernadette, did you have a question?
You had went over again. I was for to ask you to go over that part again when you were saying the thickness, but you just redid it at the end. So I'm okay.
Well, let's go ahead and just back up because it is kind of a little bit of a strange concept. So again, we already have everything at 1 millimeter thick that we want, but we want to scale it. So if we go back to our scale tool, if we choose uniform scale, we know the height we want is 85. So when we're doing uniform scale, it changes our thickness. Everything's proportionally. See here on the percentage scale, it says 43.39. So it changed everything to the same percentage. That's what uniform scale does. And then we have this number. This is the magic number that we need to be mindful of. So once we've done that, we can just back up, uncheck uniform scale. Then the height, we know we want 85. And then we could just copy this number over if we wanted to, or just hit the 104.14 again. And so now we've changed two values, but we left the thickness the same as it was. So then to finish off this logo for the lampshade, what I would do is my white parts, I would just make those 1. Instead of 0.5, I make them 1. And I come down here and do the same thing here, 1. That's it. That's the only change I make. And so that's what the logo would look like. And so if I'm doing this for a koozie, I would do it the same way if we were going to make it for a koozie. So the overall thickness here is only 1.5 millimeters thick. And so this will allow us to warm this up and then apply it to our lampshade. And this lampshade doesn't have much of a curvature to it. So this would be, we could curve it really easily on this if we warm this up a little bit. You can warm it up with a heat gun. You can warm it up in a pot of water. You could warm it up on your build plate of your printer, however you want to do that as far as applying the logo. So that's how I would go about doing it. Any questions? And then we'll just pop into Blender real quick and show you how to make a lampshade. If you wanna, I want to make a round lampshade for this lamp.
So are we printing this logo separately and then just gluing it to the side?
Correct.
Okay.
And the reason that we're doing that is because if we were to put this logo on the lampshade, right? And we could do that.
But it's gonna take forever. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm good. It's like the koozies. It'll take forever.
Exactly.
Okay, no problem.
You'll have a million color changes.
Color changes. Okay, cool.
So yeah, we don't want that.
I guess what's throwing me is in the and maybe it's just the chat thing, when you make the flyer or you say, hey, come to class, blah, 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 that lampshade has the Gucci logo all in it. Not
Yes.
that one. So that's why I'm like, well, what, that's why I thought I was like missing a big step when I guess the flyer
Yes.
showed a lamp with a shade with a
Mhm.
logo fully throughout. If that
Yes.
makes sense. Okay.
Yes. I
Okay.
totally understand that. Yep.
I'm not as foggy now. Okay, thank you.
Yes. And so, yes. So like you see how this lamp also has a pattern, right? All the way around it. It's
Yes.
real light. Well, there's two things. Okay. Realistically, are we going to print that? Realistically, no. And why? Because if we were to do that, we're running into the same issue that we already have, right? And that is if we were to print this. So to answer your question, yes, we can apply a texture like this in Blender, and we could have a pattern, but then every layer, right, is going to have a million color changes all the way up the stack. So to print that lampshade might take a day, right? Because it's going to change. Every single layer is going to have to change a color. So the same thing, like on a koozie, when you have it vertical, you're going to have the same issue with your lampshade. So it kind of almost becomes impractical. Could you do it? You could, but and I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I'll find the link for it, because I don't think a lot of people do realize that you can get these lampshades printed like this, or with photos or whatever, and they're really pretty, but they're only like $40 to actually have a printed fabric lampshade. So, it's really not that, to me, that's not that expensive for something custom, but you can put, real color photos and things on real fabric. And, but yeah, there's a place I think it's in Texas that does it. And they're like $40, I think, is what they cost. So there, that is an option. Tina, did you have a question? No. Okay. So anyhow, real quick, I'm
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Trying to get my microphone on. So you gonna give us that link to the place that can that makes the lamps shades,
Yeah,
or could I sublimate it? Because I do a lot of sublimation. Could I have
Absolutely.
sublimated it just like we do the cloud fans? Make the rim that we have at the top, make the rim that we have at the bottom, make some like sides, like maybe fours, kind of like how we do the box. Make four sides as support, and then wrap our cloth around it after we sublimate it.
Yes,
I'm just
actually, yes, absolutely. Actually, there's several, and I'll look them up and give you some specifics, because I talked to somebody about this not that long ago. We went through this whole ordeal where we were actually going to do a class on making your own fabric lampshades for that exact purpose. For the people who do sublimation, you can actually buy kits that have the metal parts of the lampshade, different sizes and whatnot, and then you can wrap your own fabric. So the person that I was talking to, they had a big, like large format printer, and they could actually print on fabric. But also I was working with someone, what they ultimately did for their project, they didn't have the lampshade printed. They actually just went out to the thrift store, found the lampshade that they liked, and then they just did a DTF print. So that's another option. You could, and all they did was they had a little handheld iron, and then they got the DTF prints, and then they just ironed it right onto the fabric lampshade.
Yeah, that'd be real easy. Same thing if we was to print this out. Okay, because now you made my mind really go. So say we printed this out lithium way, the shade, or print your shade out in white. We can do the same thing with UV DTF. Put that on there in that Gucci print, and it should still do the same transparent background.
Exactly. Right.
Okay. See, just different thoughts out there.
Yep. So yeah, so like you like using those stickers or whatever. Yeah. So yeah, lots of different options there. Bernadette, did you have a question?
No, I was just for to tell her she's correct. You can do that. Just print it out normal and wrap it. And that's all. That's
And-
sorry.
And you know, honestly, like I said, I've never personally done it, but I've watched lots of videos on other people making lampshades. And while it seems like it might be a daunting process, when you watch the videos, you know, it seems like it's pretty doable. Like it doesn't actually seem that complicated. But I think you can buy a whole kit where you can put together your own fabric and everything for like $30. But I was thinking about buying a kit just to test it, just to see how complicated it was to do, because if it's not that complicated, you know, it's just like anything, you know, once you've done it and learned the process, it's probably not that complicated. But it is pretty cool that you could do it, you know, totally custom. So that, and if you've got the other equipment needed, you know, think about if you did it on fabric, you know, you could use your laser, you know, you could just use your heat press to heat press something on there. You could use just regular heat press vinyl. You could use glitter vinyl. I mean, there's a million. You could put rhinestones on it. You know, there's a million different things you could do if you had the know-how of putting it all the pieces together. So it'd be kind of cool to experiment with. But let's go ahead and show you quickly how you can create just a real simple little lampshade here in Blender. So we just started a new document. This is what your new document's going to look like here. And if we hit Shift A, we're going to add so in this case, we'll just add a cylinder. We don't really care too much in Blender about actual physical size necessarily. Maybe we do a little bit for this project now that I think about it. But anyhow, so there's our cylinder. If I hit my N key on my keyboard, this is the physical size of my cylinder. So maybe I want to change this to, I don't know, our lamp base is 240. Let's just make it 200 by 200. And I don't know how tall. Let's do 150, something like that. Let me see if I like those proportions. Okay, I like those proportions. Okay, so there's step one there. And then what I want to do here is, so we have a cylinder. We've set our size, that our finished size of our lampshade. We're going to come up here to edit mode. And in edit mode, there's three options: vertex, edit, or edge, and face. And we're going to choose face. And then we're going to click here on this face. And then we're going to hit scale. So we just hit the letter S. And you see what we could do here? Now, if I hold my shift key down, it'll be less crazy. But see what we're doing here? We can just go out, or we can come in, right? So I just want to come in just a little bit. I just want a little bit of a taper on my lampshade. You know, something like that. Okay. So just like that. So then we'll go back to our face, and we'll select this face, and we'll go ahead and hit delete. And we're going to delete the face. And then right down here, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to delete the face. So now you can kind of see how this is starting to come together, right? So now we want to add those little rings. So to do that, to add rings, what we need to do is we need to create edge loops. And to create an edge loop in Blender, we just hit Control-R. I promise you could do this. Like, this is not going to be that complicated. So we're going to just create an edge loop, Control-R, and we can move that edge loop. So we just click, and then when we click, we can move this edge loop up anywhere we want. So let's just say we want to do it right there. And then go do it again, because we want another one, right? So right now it won't move. We have to left click with our mouse, and then we can move it, okay? And I'm just doing this by eye. Okay, so now we have our bottom ring started right there. So now we're going to keep going. So we're going to come back in, click, and then we're going to add one up top here. And then one more time. So we're hitting Control-R, clicking, and then just moving the edge loop up. Okay, so now we got something that looks like that. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to go go ahead and select all of these faces, this whole edge loop all the way around. So we're going to go back to face select, and we're just going to double click on an edge. And when we do that, you see what it did? It created all of those faces all the way around. Now, what we need to do is we need to separate these faces from what we've already got going on here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to make a duplicate is what we're going to do. So to make a duplicate here, we're going to hit Shift D. So now we've made a duplicate, even though I know it doesn't look like we did, but we did. We made a duplicate. And then what we're going to do is we're going to hit P. And that is going to allow us to, let me get back over here, to separate by selection. Okay. So now that is a separate piece, and we see that is now separate over here, right? We have our cylinder, and then we have this other piece. And so we're kind of going to do the same thing on the bottom here. So we're going to go back over here, and we're still in face select mode, and we're going to do the same thing. So we're just going to double click. That's going to create all of those, and we're going to duplicate, Shift D, right? So you see that there? And if we right click, it'll just duplicate right in place. But then we need to separate, so separate by selection. So now you can see we have all of those now separated, right? So now let's go ahead. We've got our first piece selected here. So right here. And we're going to go ahead and go into our modifier, because what we need to do is we need to give our lampshade a thickness. So let's go ahead and do that by clicking Add Modifier, and we'll click Search, and we're going to type in Solidify. Okay. So we type in Solidify, and let's just zoom in here a little bit so we can see this a little bit more clearly. So what we're going to do here is we want to offset to the inside. So let's set that to 1. And I'm not sure, maybe negative, maybe it was offsetting to the inside to begin with. I guess it was. So now we can give that a specific offset thickness. So in this case, I wanted to do 3 millimeters. And if we click here, we can actually just drag our thickness to be whatever we want it to be. So I'm not sure why. That doesn't really seem like it's correct, but we'll leave it. We'll leave that thickness there. Let's see. Let's go back into object mode here. I want to see how big this is. Nope, it's showing like that. Okay, well, we're going to run with it just the way we got it then. All right, so then we'll go back into edit mode here, and we'll take a look at what we got to do with our other piece here. So with this piece here, we're going to go ahead and hit A. That selects everything. And then we're going to go to extrude. And all we're going to do is right click. And basically what it did is it extruded in place. And then we can hit scale and see, that's how we got that thickness of our ring. And that's all there is to it. And then we just need to do the same thing again. So we need to select this one on the bottom here. So we can come back out of object mode, and then we select that one, come back into edit mode, and then we can modify this. So we go ahead and hit A and do the same thing. E to extrude, right click to extrude in place, and then scale. So now we have our ring and our shade. Everything is looking good. So now let's go back into our object mode here. And let's go ahead, and you see all this segmented pieces here. If we were to export this right now, it would print exactly the way you see it here. And that's not a good look. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a modifier. And in this case, we're going to add a subdivision surface. And usually I like to do 3. And that will give us a nice, smooth ring. Okay, so you see that? This bottom one here is nice and smooth. And so we could go ahead and do the same thing with all these pieces. So this top one, let's go ahead and do it. Let's do the same thing, subdivision. We'll do it 3 levels. And that will give us a nice smooth upper ring. And then finally for the shade itself, we'll do the same thing. We'll go ahead and apply this first of all, and then we can add another modifier, which is our subdivision surface. I don't know what it did here. So up top here, we did something wrong because you can see at the bottom is good, but the top obviously is not. So we'll have to back up here and fix that. So I don't know what we did up here that is not correct. So we got to take a look at that. I'm just going to back up a few steps here. Something did not go right here. So I don't know what that something might be though. So let's look at this. Let's go back into object mode. So here's what we're going to do. Because something is not right there. So let's back up. Now, here's where our challenge is come into play here, is there's only so many times that we can back up in Blender. So I think there's some kind of issue right here, and I don't know exactly what it was. So the simplest thing here is just to, rather than try and figure out what I did wrong, is we'll just redo those steps. So we're going to hit Shift A, and we're going to add a cylinder. And this time I'll take a little bit more care in what I'm doing here. So we're going to do 200 by 200 by 150. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and go into edit mode. And we're going to select our face, and we're going to scale it in a little bit. So we have just a little bit of a taper. And then we're going to hit our delete key here. We're going to delete that face. We're going to come under here and delete this face. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and add our edge loop. We're going to click, add another edge loop. And we're going to click, add another edge loop. Up top here, another one. Excellent. So now we've got all that going on. So now we are in, go back to face select mode, double click here. Okay, and we're going to hit Shift D, and we're going to right click and then P to separate by selection. And then we're going to do the same thing down here. So we're going to double click here. Going to be right on that edge. There we go. Same thing, Shift D, right click, P to separate by selection. All right. So now we're back to kind of where we were. So now let's go back in, and what do we want to do here? Let's go ahead and let's come out of object mode. And then we could select one of our bands. So we'll start with the bottom one. And then we'll go back into edit mode, and we'll hit A to select everything, E to extrude, right click, and then scale. We're just going to bring that out a little bit, like so. Go back into object mode and select our other band. Go back into edit mode. A to select all, E to extrude, and then S to scale. So now we kind of have all of our bands back together again here. So let's go back out to object mode. And now let's select our shade and add our solidify modifier again. And I can tell you already, this is looking better. All right, so we'll go ahead and make this a little bit thicker. So we're adding a little bit of thickness to our shade. So I'm happy with that. And then we'll go back and let's select this one. And we're going to do our subdivision surface of 3. And then we'll use this one, do the same thing, subdivision of 3. And then finally, our shade itself. So we're going to go ahead and apply our solidify modifier. And then we'll do our subdivision surface, but it's going to be 3. So see, now we have a nice smooth lampshade. So let's go ahead and save this. So we'll hit File and Export, and we're going to export this as an STL file to our desktop, and we'll call it Round Shade. So the devil's in the details, as you saw. The first time I didn't separate something or didn't duplicate something. I don't know exactly what step I messed up, but you can see it's pretty straightforward if we take the proper steps. So now let's go in here. Let's get rid of this lampshade. And let's import our new lampshade. So that's an STL file. So let's find it here. Round shade. Here we go. And yes, we're going to change the units to millimeters. And so now you can see there is our lampshade. Now, we've got to put this piece in here, okay? So, so to do that, we're going to right click. So our lampshade is already dead center. And so this piece here, we really need to select all of this, okay? And we need to move it over here to this build plate. You can see we didn't quite get all of it. So let's shift click again. And we still didn't get all of it. So now we can use our object panel here to see that's the one piece we didn't get. So we can control click, and now you can see we can move it all over. And so now we can right click right here and hit center. And now this will be perfectly centered on our lampshade, right? Now, this is purposely put in here with lots of segments. So, for example, we have to connect this to our lampshade. So all we have to do, first of all, it's probably going to be easier if this was horizontal to move it. So for sure it will be. So we're going to select all of those parts. We have them all selected. So let's go ahead and rotate them. So we're just going to rotate them so they're, you know, horizontal to the build plate. So now when I move this, it'll be easier to move. So we just select this first piece and we just have to move it out so it touches our lampshade. That's it. And then this next little segment here, we can go ahead and scale it. So we just come in here and scale it and see that green right there. If we hold our control key, then we're only stretching one side. It's just till it connects there. See, it's already connected on that side. So that's it. That's all we have to do. So we'll spin it around this side, do the same thing. Hold on just a second. Somebody's trying to get somebody break in here. There we go. All right. So same thing here. We're going to all click this piece and slide it over just so it's touching the lampshade. And you'll kind of see right there, it changes color right there. So you know it's touching. And then we can go ahead and scale this piece, this next piece. So we'll hit scale, grab that, and we can hold our control key. And we're just going to stretch this side to those two are touching. And you see we have to actually go a little bit farther because of how this is. So let's just keep going here. see here. I wonder if we have another little segment. No, nope, we don't. Okay, so let's just keep stretching this then. Actually, maybe this piece. We'll stretch this piece back the other way again. And then we'll move this, slide it back out so it's touching the lampshade. And then we kind of have to do the same thing to our sides here. So let's go ahead and I'll click this piece. That's our very end piece. So we could slide that in. And then let's see what else we got here. So that's a big piece. So we just scale it. So we'll zoom in a little bit here. Grab that red one. And then we can just control. See what we did there, we didn't grab the red one. We're grabbing that corner one. So this one is the one we need. And we just can hold our control key down and bring it back in there. So this piece is connected. So we just connect it just like that. So we'll spin it around. We've got to do the same thing to this side. Now, once we have this round shade done, then we'll save this so we don't have to do this again. But if you're creating a new shade, that's the way you have to do it. Let's scale this. So again, we start scaling, add the control key, and then it will only stretch from this side. All right, so now we have our puck. Now you can see here, this is one thing we have to double check on, is you see how this is sticking out. This is sticking out a little bit. So all we have to do is just alt click those and slide them in a little bit, just so they're not poking out from that edge. So this one, same thing. So let's go ahead and slide that in a little bit, just so we can't see it out here. Or if you want that look, have a little, make that part of the design, you could do that too. So we've got to move it in just a little bit more. Okay, so that takes care of that one. All of these need to be moved back in. All right, so now those all move back in, so nothing's sticking out. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to change these two pieces. So to do that, we'll select our lampshade and we're going to split two parts. Okay, and so that will allow us to select these two as separate pieces to then give a different color. Now, to kind of finish this all off, what I would recommend that we do is we take all of those little pieces, right, and our lampshade, and we combine everything. So see here, it says plate 5. So all of our pieces all the way down, select everything. So we're going to come in here and yes, we want everything and merge. And now that should all be one.
Yeah, I needed to talk on the best tone. In the notes, none of the notes sound right.
Okay, so there you go. So now we have our lampshade for our lamp. Now, if we want to see how we can go about adding this lampshade to this presentation over here, all we have to do is copy and paste. Okay, and what I like to do is if we alt click, I like to get this roughly into place. But if we alt click on this and we look at the XY position, so if we look at the Y position, for example, it says 101.22. So if I select my lampshade and I just go 101.22, now that is going to center the lampshade front to back. Okay, so then I go back to my puck and we're at 324.58 negative. So I just come in here, see, we're close. 324.58. So now this shade should be perfectly centered over our puck. Now we just have to change the vertical position, which we can't do unless all of this is part of the same assembly. So we select our shade, shift control the main assembly here, right click and merge, and then we can move all of our shade. Okay, so that's where we go back to our objects panel over here. So we're going to scroll down all of the It's Litho pieces, all of our round shade 1, 2, and 3, and we're going to go ahead and move it up. And I just do this by eye. I basically just move it up enough to cover the puck. But now you can see it all lines up perfectly. And now we have that to do our screenshot, and we can make our marketing image with the lampshade on it. And then as far as the little logo that we made for the lampshade, we could kind of mimic that. So if you want to, let's just go ahead and do it and show you how that's done. So it's kind of done the same way. So if we want this logo on that lampshade, we would go ahead and put it upright. Now this logo has to be attached to the assembly in order for us to move it. So shift control the assembly, right click and merge. Now we go back to our objects tab and we look for this piece here. So what is that piece? I think that is all going to be our candlestick pieces. No, let's see. Let's find those. It should be down here at the bottom. So it's all of these pieces. So you can see now we have all those pieces selected. And again, we're just doing this for visual representation. That's it. So if we hit Control-3, that will make us look right dead in front of our lampshade here. So we could just eyeball it, right? So it's more or less centered on our lampshade. And then what we have to do is just come at it from this side and pull it back. We're going to pull it back to see at the bottom where it's changing color. We're just going to pull it back to that point there. And that's it. So now when we come at it, even though we haven't quote unquote attached the logo to the lampshade, it kind of gives us that visual that it is. So I might just go ahead and move that over just a little bit. We'll come back to the bottom here. I'm a bit of a perfectionist. So we're just going to slide that over just a tiny little bit and maybe down a tiny little bit. Something like that. And now we can go in and grab our screenshot that we can go into chat to make our marketing image. Any questions on all of that stuff? I still want to show you how to make the light up one. Bernadette, you had a question?
Yes, you already said it. I was going to say the light up, but you already answered my question.
Oh, you want to see how to do the light up one? Yeah, we're going to do it. And I don't think it's going to be like that challenging because we kind of already did the whole process when we did the letter H. So we're going to kind of repeat the same process. Now, I already have the SVG file that I used to create this to begin with when we were doing the candlestick. So I already have that SVG file. And of course, in the class files, you're going to have that SVG file too. So you don't have to create the SVG file from scratch. So, but we do have to add a couple of pieces because we need to make our back plate and our flange. Everything else is already done. So let's go ahead and tackle that project. So you're going to have this lampshade and you're going to have the little logo. You're going to have this little preview, everything you need to print this lamp out. And I'll tell you what, I'm just going to spend a few minutes. I promise it won't take that long. But I want to give you, because we don't really want to spend a day printing this, right? So let me just fix this real quick for you, and you get to see how to fix it stuff for yourself. If you buy something and you don't quite want it, you want to make these modifications, it's not that complicated once you understand what to do here. So we kind of already did part of this. So we're going to grab our cut plane tool and we're going to pull this up and cut that hole out. So we're going to go ahead and perform the cut, and then we're going to cut a few pieces here. So we're going to cut that away, and we're going to just alt click on this, and then we're going to alt click on this, and we're going to alt click on this. Okay. So now we have that. Perfect. So now I want to maybe not make this quite so deep. So our main piece here is only going to be 75 millimeters deep. So let's go ahead and make it 75. And then this piece, how big do I want to make this? So if that's 75, maybe we'll make this, let's do it 65, something like that. Okay, and so if, then let's go back over here, we'll have to change, if that's 75, then the Z height should be 37.5, which is half of 75. So that takes care of that. And then, what else we got to figure out here? So let's go back to, let's center this up. And let's go back. We're going to select this, and we're going to take advantage of our Objects tab and figure out what exactly is what here, because we don't have this the way we need it. So I got to figure out what this is. I don't really know what that is. So let me pull this up and look at it. Okay. Still don't know what that is, but we'll come back to that. So this is our main piece. So we'll call this base sides. And then I don't know what that is. So this is our, this plate, this should only be 2 millimeters thick. And if that's 75, and that's 2 millimeters thick, then that should be at 76. So is that our, what is that? Okay, so that was our text plate. That's what that was. So let's go ahead and make that text plate. And I guess that is the base text plate. Okay. Next piece, that is our GG text plate. And that should be 2 millimeters thick. Right? No, that can't be. That can't be. I don't know what that piece is, but it's not what I thought it was. So that is, though, so that is our GG text plate. So we'll go ahead and name that. And so this is the GG backplate. And I'll figure out how thick that's supposed to be here in just a second. I have to think about doing some math, but let me get the rest of these pieces figured out here. So what is this final piece then? So that is the GG sides. Okay, so now I understand how this all goes together. So let's go back here. That is, okay. So this piece was 75. And so this is like the inside. So this piece here should be 73. Pretty sure this is correct. But it needs to be sitting on our build plate. So we would take 73 divided by 2. So that should be at 36.5. So let's see if this works. 36.5. And that should be, that is definitely not sitting on the build plate. So that's problem number 1. So, but it's also not the proper thickness. So this was supposed to be 73. And then if that's sitting at 36.5, yes, but that is not supposed to be 73. That's the other thing. So I knew we're figuring it out as we go here. So let's go back here. Let's figure this out. Where's our piece? I lost our piece. There we go. No, that's, where did that go? Let's figure it out here. What in the world? This piece right here, where is that? So we have this piece. Yes, so that is the piece that it's not named. So we'll call this base text backplate. Now, that piece should not be 73, it should be 71. So let's make it 71. And then so half of 71 is 30, let's see, it'd be 35.5. That should be right. And then what we want to do is we want to take this, rather than do any math, we're going to just move it, and we're going to use our assembly tool. So that's what it's here for, help us with the math. So we're going to grab our assembly tool, we're going to select this, and then we're going to select this and zero them out. Now, the reason that we did all of that was for this reason right here. We wanted a 2mm reveal. That's it. That's why so this piece is 75. The back plate was 71, so that left 4mm. And then this white piece is 2mm thick, so it left us a 2mm reveal. So now we kind of have to repeat those same steps for this. So this decides our 65, which means that this right here has to be 63. Okay. And so now if we zoom in here, we can see we have a 2mm reveal, right? Just like we did on the front. But the back plate, so we got to find the GG text back plate right here. If this is 65, and then we have to deduct 4. So this piece has to be 61 millimeters thick. And then half of 61 is 30.5. And that should now be sitting on our build plate here. So now that we have that, we can go back in and add our puck, right? Because we're going to go back in and add our puck here. So here's our puck. Let's go ahead and just copy and paste it. Because we already added that little extension and did all that part of the work already. So let's go ahead and just rotate it. And then we're going to bring it over here. Now this is already centered to the build plate. It should be. but we're going to center the puck to the build plate too. So right click and center. But we have to center it to this one, guys. So we'll select our puck and right click and center. And then we'll pull it out. So we're going to go to our move tool and just pull it out where we want it to be. So remember, we were right there. So we're just going to pull this out a little bit. And then that's how tall we were. Right there. See that? Maybe just a little bit taller. Not much. Something like that. Okay? Now, this is 65 millimeters front to back. So half of 65, right? Yes, so half of 65 would be 32 and a half. So we're going to make this at 32 and a half as well. So what we have to do is this puck has to shift control the assembly and merge it together. And then we can change that to 32 and a half. But we want both pieces. So we have two pieces. We have the main puck here, and then we have our little piece that's inside. So that's this one right here. So see how we can utilize our objects tab when we can't really see the piece in design view here. So let's go ahead and set that to 32.5. And now you'll see front to back, that's now centered. Now we did this work so we can still have our lamp, but not take so long to print. This takes a day because it's so deep. So we'll be interesting to see how long this one takes. But we got to make a hole. So let's do that. So we're going to push everything over here to the left. We're in our subtraction mode, and we just need our two lamp parts over here to the right. And we're not going to keep the original models. Just execute. Maybe we'll get a hole, maybe we won't. I'm glad we didn't. So I know that sounds strange, but I'm glad we didn't, because what do you do to fix it? So we just right click on the model and hit fix model. About half the time, I have found, about half the time you do a Boolean operator and it won't work the way we expect it to. Drives me crazy. Okay, so that takes care of that now. So now let's try it again. Push everything over again. Come down here, our lamp Boolean pieces, execute, and now we should have a hole. And I was just going to say, you know, it's funny that this happened, because I was just going to say, I've actually had it happen to me where we'd have to do that a couple of times. Now, the reason it didn't fix it, and I didn't think about this, the reason it didn't fix it the first time is because when we applied the Boolean, we did not keep the originals. So when I right-clicked and clicked on Fix Model, there was nothing to fix. So we've got to have that part, right? So we got to have this piece. So now when I right-click and fix the model, now it'll actually fix the model with our piece in question in mind. And I didn't think about that the first time. Devil's in the details. Okay, so there we go. So that's taken care of now. So now we can go ahead and mesh Boolean, push everything over, and let's try this again. And now we have our hole. Ta-da! Okay. So now let's print this. Let's go ahead and slice this bad boy and see how long this takes. So physically, in terms of height and width, it's the identical size. It's just not quite as deep. So hopefully this won't take as long. And then we'll show you how to modify the SVG to make it so we can put some lights in this thing. says it's generating supports. So I guess that hole maybe it is saying that we need some supports. I also didn't turn on my prime tower, so I need to make sure I do that. This has me concerned. Generating supports. Because it shouldn't take that long. Like maybe I don't have something set up correctly. Because it shouldn't take that long on the generating support part, because this shouldn't require supports except maybe for our hole, but it shouldn't take that long to calculate those supports. So we'll see what it does here. But if we get a crazy print time on this, then I'm thinking maybe I don't have something set up quite right. It's hard to tell when it's in this kind of weird display mode. This definitely should not be taking this long though. Everything looks to be correct though. Doesn't look like there's any surprises in there. Well, I'm growing impatient because this should not take that long. So let's just go ahead and cancel that. And let's just do this. Let's just turn off supports for a second. So we can see what's going on here. We did not even have supports enabled. We'll turn it off. Globally, we did not have any supports. So let's try this again. All right, let's do it. So it says it has floating cantilevers, which doesn't surprise me. If it was calling for supports, then somewhere we have a floating cantilever. But let's just see how long it takes to print just as it sits. And you can see here, there's something amiss right there. So that's a problem. And you can see it says 18 hours. So something is going on here. So we need to investigate what that something is. So what's happening here? There's not that many pieces of the puzzle. So there's that piece, and there's this piece. If I move this piece, that is really strange. Everything, all this white stuff is all on the same plane. So I'm not sure why. And then there's this piece. I don't think this should take that 18 hours to print. That's my problem. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. We just crashed Bamboo. And I will say this, I have uploaded to the latest version of Bamboo, and I have had pretty significant issues with it crashing. Like, it's been crashing a lot. Loading of model failed. File does not create. Okay. So let's go back. Now what? Now what? I don't know how far we lost, how far back we lost. A lot of data. So we lost a lot of data. So I'm not going to go back and redo that right now with you guys, but I will fix the file and make sure it's right before I send it out to you. We'll put the lampshade back in there, do everything that we already did, and I will cut this down to size so it will print in less time. I don't know why Bamboo did that to me, but I will say this. It has been crashing. This latest version has been crashing quite a bit on me, and I don't understand why. And I don't like this little thing over here. I don't know what that is, but I don't like it. I haven't figured out a way to get rid of it. I don't remember if that was always in Bamboo, but I don't like it. Just in the way. To me, it serves absolutely no purpose. But that's my gut instinct on that. So, like I said, I will go back and fix that file. That's not a big deal. So let's just pop over here into Inkscape and show you how to modify this SVG for a lighted one. So here is our SVG. So I just drag and dropped it to my desktop here. So this is it. Now it doesn't look like much, but let's ungroup it and see what we got going on. The first thing that we want to do is go ahead and resize it. So we're going to resize this to the width of our lampshade, which in our case, we're going to lock those two together. We're going to set it to 240. That's what we were using before. And then we could see here that I kind of have all this already mapped out for us. So the green piece here is our base text outline. So let's just turn that off. I don't even know what that is. Let's pull that away. So it's this plate. All right, so let's turn that off. And then I still have it here. So that's my base plate. Okay. Yes, and then our base outline. Okay. And then we have our GG outline, our GG text. That's down there, and then this one. Okay. So what do we need for our back plate here? So we're going to have to create this a little bit differently. So we have this piece. We got to think about this for a second. All right, and then we have this piece. Just trying to think exactly how we want to do this. Okay, let's go ahead and turn that one off. Let's start here. So this is 240, and this was our base outline. I am going to duplicate that, I think, and turn off the original. And then we're going to come here. What we're looking to do is create the back plate for this. So that's going to be our first step. So let's go ahead and choose path and break apart. This, we're going to have two pieces. We're going to get rid of the interior piece. So now this becomes my back plate. Then we're going to let's go ahead and make a duplicate and another duplicate. So we're going to go ahead and turn that one off. So now we have two. The top one, we're going to offset. And we're going to offset that one. Let's do 3 millimeters. So let's go ahead and offset this to the inside 3 millimeters. So we have to do negative. So now we've offset. And then we're going to go ahead and select this. So we shift select both of them. and we're going to do Control K. And let's go out here. Now you can see it still looks solid. So if we double click, see, we've got that. Let's back up then. Let's see here. Something went astray. Okay, so let's take a look at this again. So this was our original backplate, and then we offset. So let's go ahead and select them both. And instead of Control K, let's do Control minus. And now you can see we have our 3 millimeter offset. So this becomes the base sides. Okay. So remember before when we did the H, we did 4 millimeters, but this one we're only doing 3. So we can go ahead and turn that off and this back on. That is our original size. And we're going to go ahead and duplicate this and just turn this off. So we'll turn this one back on, not that one. Let's see here. Turn that one on. Where is this one? So I guess we duplicated the wrong one because it looks like we have 2 base sides, which we don't need. So there's our base sides. That's the one we want to duplicate. So let's go ahead and turn that off. So now we have our back plate again. So let's go ahead and call this back plate because we're going to need it. And then we're going to duplicate our back plate and we'll turn off our original. So now we just have our duplicate here. And we're going to go ahead and offset this. Now we offset the sides at 3. So when we're offsetting this one, we're going to offset 3.1. So remember when we did the H, we did 4.1. So we're going to do negative 3.1. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and hit path, object to path to set that offset. We're going to duplicate this, Control D, give it a color, and offset it one more time. And in this case, we're only going to offset it 2. When we make our flanges, usually 2 millimeters is thick enough. So you see there? Shift click our orange, Control minus, which of course is the same as if we went to path and difference. Okay, so now we have our 2 millimeter flange. So let's go ahead and make that flange. Okay, so that's taken care of. So now I got to think about this base outline situation again. I got to think about how all this is going to work. Just got to think about how this is going to work. I think we're okay. I think we're going to run with it just like it is. It'll be interesting when we get over to Bamboo what we actually have to do to make all this work. But I think we're okay for now. So we're just going to go ahead and forge ahead here. So let's go ahead and turn all those back off. And let's take a look at our GG text. And we don't need that. We need our GG text. And then what else? Our GG outline. Yes. So let's see what we got going on here. We have that's our GG outline and our GG text. Those are the only 2 things we got going on. Okay. So let's go ahead and turn off our GG text. I guess we don't need that right now. And let's just focus on this one. So we're going to go ahead and duplicate it and turn off the outline here. And so now we are up here on our duplicate one. So we just need the silhouette version of this. So we're going to go to path and we're going to choose break apart. And then let me back up here just a second. Boom, boom, boom. All right, so path and break apart. Then we're going to go into outline mode. So let's select that again, path and break apart. Then we're going to go into outline mode, and we're going to go ahead and select everything. So hit Control A, and we do not want this piece or this piece or this piece part of our selection. So I just hit the Shift key and deselected all those. And now we're going to go to path and union. Now, why is it not wanting to? Control plus. We have an image selected. So there we go. Now we can do Control plus, or we could have gone to path and union. All right. So now these pieces, we're going to select them and this outside piece, and we're going to hit Control K. That's combine. And you see, we've got this. We have a solid shape, and we shouldn't have a solid shape. So let's double click. And yes, there's something going on here. So let's take a look at it. We have those pieces there. Let's go to Object, and let's go to Raise to Top, and then Shift click our main outline here, and we'll do Control minus this time. Doesn't want to do Control minus. So let's do path and combine. There we go. So now you can see we have those pieces dropped out. And that's what we need for our next step. So just like with our letter H, just like we did for our base, we're just going to call this backplate. So that is going to become our new backplate. And then we're going to go ahead and duplicate that and turn that off. And maybe we'll be a little bit more specific, and we'll call this our GG backplate. Be maybe a little bit less confusing when we get into Bamboo. But we're going to offset this. So we're going to duplicate it again, and we're going to offset that 3 millimeters, just like we did previously. So -3. If we give that a different color, you'll be able to see. And then Shift click our orange, Control minus. So that becomes our sides. So we're going to call this GG sides. Okay. And then let's go ahead and duplicate our backplate again. Turn off our sides. Turn this back on. And we're going to offset that 3.1. So we're going to do -3.1. Then we set that to go path, object to path, duplicate it, give it a different color, and we're going to do the offset again, but this time only 2, because we're creating that flange. So -2. Okay. And so now we select that piece, shift select this piece, Control minus, and now that becomes our GG flange. Okay, so I'm pretty sure we have all of our components that we need. Now, if I turn back on my sides, you see that tiny little space? Just like we did with the letter H, that tiny little space is going to allow that back plate to just slide in there perfectly. Okay, that should work for you because that's what I use in all my designs, and I've never had an issue with it printing out and not fitting inside there. So let me think here. What's our next step? I want to look back at everything one more time. Let's go ahead and, I don't know if I want to turn everything back on. Let's start here at the base. So we have our base outline, and then we have our base plate. And I'm just trying to think about how this is all going to work with our new setup here. So this is our text outline. I don't know what that is. Let's give that a different color then so we can actually see it. Okay, so that is our text plate, basically. And then we need our base sides. So let's move this back down. So that is going to be our base sides. And then our back plate. And then we'll grab our flange. So that we're going to have our back plate, our flange, our base sides, and we have our base outline, base plate, and the base text. Okay, so that's all good. So I'm going to turn all that off temporarily, and then we're going to focus on this. So I think our back plate should be next, and then our flange, and then our sides, and then we'll figure out the rest. So there's what our back plate should look like. And then there's our flange. So let's give our flange a different color so we can see it. That's what our flange looks like. And then, so that's correct. Then we have our sides. Let's go those a different color so we can see our sides. And then our outline, which is our big, thick outline. So that's good. And then our text. See about giving that a different color. Oh, okay, that's the text down there. I don't think we actually need that. So we're going to leave that turned off. I don't think we use that. And then we have our GG text here. So let's go ahead and give that a different color. And then what is this path? An extra backplate. So I don't think we need that either. So this one we'll just go ahead and delete. Okay, so we can go ahead and turn all this on. And I think we're ready to get to work. Put this bad boy together. So let's go ahead and save this. So I will give you this SVG file, and let's just call it GG light up lamp. So I'm going to give you this SVG file. It should be ready to go so we can go into Bamboo and create our 3D model. So what I would really encourage you to do is learn that part of the process first. Take the SVG, go into Bamboo, create the model, and once you're successful doing that, then I think you're ready to move on and actually learn the Inkscape part of things. We're going to have to do something kind of interesting and special as we create this model. So let's go ahead and jump in here. This shouldn't take too long to go ahead and show you how to put this together. Hopefully it all works like I have it in my mind. So let's go ahead and hit Control-I and just bring it in and start working through it here. So there it is. There's our lamp. So let's go ahead and we're going to center it. And what I usually like to do is I like to start with my biggest pieces first. So what I think is going to be my biggest, thickest piece. So let's go ahead and start here. So that looks to me like that is our back plate, and there's our sides. So there's our 3mm sides. Let me double check here. That's probably our flange, actually. Let's go back into Inkscape, and we see our back plate, our flange, and our sides, indeed. So everything's backwards here in Bamboo. So that's our back plate. Let's go ahead and name it back plate. And then this becomes our flange. This is where it really helps to have two computer screens. And then this is our sides, because I could have Inkscape open on one side and then I would know what's what here. So our next piece of the puzzle after our sides is, because it's our base outline. So I'll buy it. Base outline. Okay. Then our next piece will be our text, our base text plate. And then the next piece should be our text plate. Yes. Okay, let's just start there. Let's get the bottom piece nailed out, and then we'll move on to the top piece. So the back plate we know is going to be 2 millimeters thick. So we'll turn off uniform scale. And then our flange, it is going to be 12 millimeters thick. And then our sides, well, let's just say it's going to be 75 millimeters thick. For right now, I think that's what we're going to go with. 75 millimeters thick. And then for our base outline, that will be, eventually, that will be 4 millimeters thick. Our base text plate is going to be 1 millimeter thick. Our text plate is going to be 1 millimeter thick, and that is going to be color white. So we'll go ahead and do that. And then that's it. So we're gonna build what we got going on, and then we're gonna move on to the GG section. Okay, so this is what we got going on so far. So our back plate is 2 millimeters thick, and we want that to be printed on the build plate. So we're gonna set that Z height at 1. And then our flange is gonna be 12 millimeters thick. And so it is 12, and so that should be at a Z height of 6. And then our sides is already set properly. And then the base outline here. Let's move on to our text plate first, and then we'll do the rest. So this piece is 1 millimeter thick. And the reason it's 1 millimeter thick is because we want the light to shine through. So this has to be, let's see, I got to think this through here. Are we going to even use that in this particular situation? I don't think we are. Let's see, let me think this. Let me think about this. Yeah, let's go ahead and make it white. And yeah, that'll be fine. So we're going to make it white. It's 1 millimeter thick. And I want that to sit right at the top of this. So this is at 75. And so the Z height has to be 74.5. And now this, that's not what I expected. Because we don't have our piece yet. Okay. Yes. So there is a piece missing here. So let's go ahead and put that piece in place. This is our base outline. And so that piece, we do want 4 millimeters thick, and we're going to set it right on top of 75. So that has to be 77. So yes. So now this this plate here, to make sure we got this right here. So let's go back to our base outline and set that at 77. You have to be real careful when we're selecting pieces. Sometimes we can accidentally move them, and that's what I just did. So I want to look at something here. So yeah, so this is pretty good. But this has to be backed up 1 millimeter. So instead of 74.5, I think we want it 73.5. And then we're going to stack this plate right on top of that. So we're going to use our assembly tool, so we don't have to worry about the math here. So we're going to select that, go to our assembly tool, select this face, and then we'll select this face and zero that out. I just feel like that's going to work better. Okay, so that's what it's going to look like. And so what's going to happen here is we have 2 layers of white. They're both 1 millimeter thick. So the whole thing is going to be lit up. But the actual Gucci part is going to be lit up even brighter because it's only 1 millimeter thick. So it'll kind of have like a tone on tone effect. So it should look pretty cool. So that looks pretty good. Now we can move on to this here. So we'll move on to the GG portion. So this is our back plate. So we'll call it GG back plate. And then we have our, what is that? Is that our flange? Probably it should be. Let's look. So we have our GG back plate. Yep. Flange sides. Yep. So we set that up the same way. So this will be our GG flange. And this is going to be our GG sides. And then we're going to have our GG outline. And then we're going to have our GG text. And that is going to be white. Okay. So I would probably make that 2 millimeters thick. So we'll do that at 2 millimeters thick. And then the GG sides, we're going to make it 65. So there's our GG sides. We'll make it 65. And then half of 65 is 32.5. So that the Z height there will be at 32.5 because I want that to be sitting on the build plate. You can see it is sitting on the build plate. So that's good. So our back plate here on the GG back plate, that's going to be 2 millimeters thick. And that's going to be sitting on the build plate. So that should be 1. Our flange is going to be 12 millimeters thick. And that should be sitting on the build plate. So that's going to be 6. And then we have our sides is good. And then our outline. Now the outline, let's see here. How do we want to do this? The outline, we're going to put it on top of our 65. So for the outline, let's go ahead and make it 4. And then it's going to sit on top. So if that's 65 and that's 4, half of 4 is 2. So that should be 67. And then our GG text then should be at 65. Let's see here. Yes. So Z height is 65. So that should leave us a 2 mil reveal here. And then we also have a 2 mil reveal off the front. Now, we have a bit of a challenge because we want this to light up. So we want the GG to light up and we want this to light up. And we've designed our file for both of them to light up. But we don't currently have any place for our puck, right? And we really can't put it in the top here like we normally would because this side of this is only 3 millimeters thick. So that's not going to hold our puck. But even if it could hold our puck, with our puck stuck at the top here, it would cast a weird shadow on our light. So we're not going to do that. So here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and set up the build plate just like it is. And I'll kind of walk you through this. and this will all make more sense how this is all going to work, how I think it will work. So let's go ahead, and I usually just add 6 build plates automatically. And so we're going to copy this numerous times to each build plate. So we select a build plate, paste, select a build plate, paste, paste, paste. I don't know if we're going to actually need all these, but I just make copies. This is my process. I always do. So first things first, we're going to get rid of everything that is not going to print on the first build plate. So for example, this is not going to print, and this is not going to print. And I'm just going to kind of go through and think about, well, what's going to actually print? This is not going to print. This is not going to print. This is really the most complicated part of the whole process in my mind, is trying to figure out where everything is, how everything is going to actually go and print. So let me think here. So our sides are not going to print, so we don't need those. And so that leaves us our flange and our back plates. And I don't know. I don't think I want these all printing together. So let's go ahead and select this bottom plate and our bottom flange. And let's just separate those a little bit. Those don't need to print together as one. Those could be separate back plates. So that's step number 1. Okay, so that's taken care of. Now, what's next here? Well, let's go ahead and select this. And this time, let's use our Objects tab. So we don't need our back plate, and we don't need our flange. We do need the sides. We don't need our base outline or our text plate or our text plate. The GG back plate we do need, or no, we don't need that because we've already printed it here. So we don't need that or the flange, but we need the sides, and we don't need our outline or our text. And we're going to delete that. Okay. Now this, I think we are going to print just like you got it here. Okay. So I think this we will print just like this. So I think that's fine. No supports, no supports. Now, for the next one, the front plate here and the 2 text plates, we need those to print. And we also need that flange. So I didn't talk about this because I didn't want to talk about it until we got here. But let me explain. So you see here, so we're going to have a back plate that goes on, but we're also going to have a front plate that we're going to glue on, and that piece is going to be permanent. So let me show you what we're going to do here. So this we don't need. We're going to get rid of that. Okay. And we don't need this. So we're going to get rid of that. But we do need our flange, and we do need that front plate. And just for simplicity, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of everything else, just so we're not being confused by all this extra stuff here. So we'll go ahead and get rid of this. And we'll go ahead and get rid of this. Okay. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to use our, let's see here. So now this actually exposes a bit of an issue here. You see how this white is hanging below here. And we don't actually want that to happen. So let me think about how we're going to fix that first. Let's see here. Okay, so let's do this. Let's copy and paste this. Let's get rid of this. And then over here, we're going to get rid of this. And we're going to get rid of this. And we're going to get rid of this. Okay, so now we've kind of split these two. So let's go ahead and move this down, and it's just going to fall to our build plate here. And we're going to center it. And now we're going to take a look at what we got going on here, because our white is sticking down below, and we don't want that. So let me click on this and see what we got going on here. So I think what we have to do is just make this black. Nope. We're going to have to make that black thicker. So our two white build plates here, each one of those is 1 millimeter thick. So let's just click on that so we can just see what's going on here. So each one of those is 1 millimeter thick. Okay. And I want a 2 millimeter reveal right here. So this should be 4 millimeters. And you can see it is. So if we move this to 2 in the Z height, that's going to sit on our build plate like we need it to. And there's going to be a 2 millimeter reveal, and then each one of these 1 millimeter plates. So that is now okay. That is how we need it to be. We just need to move it down a little bit. Okay. Now, how are we going to print this? Like I said, that is usually the most complicated part of this process, is understanding how this is all going to print and be put together. So this flange is going to print separate from my front plate. So first of all, let's make sure this is centered, and it is. And then we're going to center our flange. Okay. So now the flange is centered. Now what we need to do is we need to move this plate up. Now remember, our flange is 12 millimeters tall. And so we need to move this front plate up 11 millimeters. So, but to do that, this all has to be one assembly. So we're going to select our flange, shift control our front plate, right click and merge. And then we're just going to select our front plate pieces here. So not the flange, but everything else, those 3 pieces. And we're going to move those up 11. 11 added to whatever they currently are. So they're currently at 2. So we just add 11. So that makes it 13. Okay. Why 11? Well, because we're going to cut a little 1 millimeter divot in our front plate, so we know exactly where this flange has to be placed. So we're going to go ahead and do our mesh boolean here. Now, it probably won't work the first time around, but that's what our hope is to cut this little divot. So that's what we're looking to do here. I just want to look at something here. What's going on there? You see that space? That's not supposed to be happening. So let's see why that is happening. First of all, let's see here. What do we want to do here? Let's move this out of the way. And let's go ahead and, first of all, we're going to select this piece and center it, which it is. And then let's go ahead and just keep on and see if all these are centered. It shows all them centered. What's going on there? Let me look straight down at it. As you can see here, there's a gap right there, and there's definitely a gap right there. So something is definitely off there. So I don't understand what that something is. Let's see if the issue is over here. Otherwise, we could just borrow a new plate. Hard to tell if the issue exists over here. So let's do this. Let's just go ahead and get rid of, we know we can't use what we got. So let's get rid of that. And let's just copy it over and see what's going on here. So we are gonna use our objects panel here instead. So we're gonna get rid of this, this. Get rid of all of that. Oh, no, we can't do that. We don't need the base. We need the base. We need that. We don't need the GG stuff. That's where we're after. We need the base stuff, but we don't need the sides. And we don't need the back plates. And we'll go ahead and get rid of the flange because we already have that. All right, let's take another look at just this plate then. No gap. No gap. So we must have done something somewhere along the line to create the gap that we had. So let's just center that to the build plate. Instead of selecting pieces over here, we'll come over here and use these. So the base outline, it is already 4 thick, but we need to put that at the Z height of 2. So now that's correct. So back here, we're going to center this up, what already centered. So we're going to center this again. And now we're going to go back and put those together. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll just shift select everything. So we have that, and we can merge those two together. And then we're just going to select those pieces, and we're going to move it up to 13. So now we're back to where we were, but no gaps. Perfect. So now we're going to go back in and do our mesh boolean. And we're going to pull over just our flange. We are going to keep the originals. And let's go ahead and choose execute. And I don't think it cut, but maybe it did. Let's look. So we're going to all click it out of the way. Let's see if we can. Sometimes it's hard to see, but yes. You see that little divot? It did in fact create the little divot that we needed. So now we know where to put that piece. So again, we can copy and paste this. And we're going to, on this one, we're going to get rid of our flange. So this can sit and print flat on the build plate. And then over here, we're going to get rid of these pieces and keep our flange. Those two could print separately. Okay, so we almost have it. So now we kind of need to repeat that same process, but for the GG. But there's fewer moving pieces over here, so it should be a little bit quicker. So let's go ahead and do it. We're going to go ahead and get rid of our base pieces that we don't need. So we're just alt-clicking all these pieces, hit the delete key. Let's see here. So we don't want our sides, or we do want our flange. So we're going to leave that. And that's it. So just like before, we're going to copy and paste. So we're going to keep that one over there. And let's go ahead and get rid of our flange because it's kind of in the way now. So just like before, our outline, see how the white is sitting proud and our outline sitting proud. So we're going to go ahead and select that. And that's going to sit at 4 thickness, but it's going to sit at 2. So it's going to be sitting on the build plate. And then that's going to leave us 2 millimeter reveal. And that's what we want. So now we're going to get rid of this and this. And this is our flange. Okay. So same thing as we did previously. We're going to make sure that's centered on the build plate. Center our flange on the build plate. And then we're going to go ahead and merge the flange and our assembly together. And merge those two together. And then we're going to take all that and we're going to come over here and grab everything but the flange. So it's just those two pieces. And we're going to move to 13. Right? Because we're going to cut into our back plate here, just like we did on our front plate. So go ahead and select that. Go to Mesh Boolean. And what do we need? We need our flange only. We are going to keep the originals. And we're going to choose execute. And we're going to hope that it made our cut for us. So let's look and see if it did. Sometimes it's tough to tell on black. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll just convert this to white real quick. And then we can clearly see whether or not we have a cut or we don't. And in this case, it does not appear like we do have our cut. So let's back up. And we'll fix. So we'll go ahead and choose fix the model. I'm going to go back and look at our front plate too and make sure that we did get the cut there. I think we did, but we'll go back and double check it here. So let's try to execute this again. And now let's go ahead and move this to white just so we can see it more clearly. And indeed, you can see our cut quite clearly on this one. Okay, so go back and make that black again. So we are good there for sure. So we do need to print those two pieces separate because we don't want supports, unnecessary supports. So we will Control C and Control V. And on this one, we're going to get rid of our two GG parts. And we're going to leave our flange. And then this one, we just have to delete our flange. Okay, so then we will come over here, place this here. And then we're going to go ahead and center this. And center this. And there we go. Now let's go back over here and double check and make sure we really do have our groove over here that we need. So I thought we did, but let's change it to white and let's see, make sure. Yes, we do. So you see that groove? It's pretty evident now that it's turned to white. So yes, we were successful. So hopefully you understand how so we don't actually wind up needing this one. So we can move this one up. We're going to zoom into it to be able to grab a hold of that thing to move it here. Well, it doesn't want to move very well. There we go. So we're going to center that up on the build plate. Okay, so now we're here. We have most of what we need for this lamp. The only question I have is what are we going to do for the actual puck assembly itself? And the only thing that I can think to do is to create a little extension that is going to hold our post. And so let me explain what my thought process is. So we're going to grab our back plate here. So we're going to go ahead and copy and then come to this build plate and paste. And then we're going to go ahead and alt click here and here. Get rid of those. And we also don't need our flange. Okay. And then this piece is what is ultimately going to hold our puck. Okay. So to do this, how thick do we want this to be? Well, our puck is 32 millimeters in diameter. So I'm going to probably suggest that this extension be 50 millimeters. That's what I would do. So let's go ahead and just make it 50. So my idea is then we'll take this little extension and and our back plate here, and we're just going to glue it to our back plate for our base. And so this is 50 millimeters, which I think is enough. I think it's enough. Let's double check and make sure that really is 50. It is. All right, so that's 50. So let's just roll with that. I think that's fine. So let's go ahead and we got to put a hole in this. That's kind of step number one. So we got to put a hole in it. So let's go ahead and we'll just add a couple more build plates and go back and grab our puck. So we'll find our puck here. There's our puck. And then we're going to take this puck, this one here, just put it over here. We'll go ahead and get rid of this one. Okay, so what we're going to do here is, first of all, we're going to line this up. So we're going to right click and center to the build plate, take our puck and center it to the build plate. We're going to select both of these and merge them into one assembly. And then we're going to take our puck, I'll click the puck, and we're going to set that to a Z height of half of 50, which is 25. Okay, so there we go. So now we can grab our puck again, and we're going to move it up. And we're going to move it up something like that, where I want this. We could even have it go all the way through if we really wanted to. But I think I'm just going to come just shy of the bottom. Something like that, okay? And then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and cut the hole. So let's do that. So let's go back into our Mesh Boolean tool. I'm not going to worry about keeping the originals for right now. So let's just go ahead and execute. I guess I did accidentally keep the originals. I didn't mean to. So let's just see if it cut a hole. It did. And you can see that hole is perfectly centered. You can see that too. Let's get rid of that. Okay. So again, my thought is glue this right onto the back plate. That was my initial idea. But now what we have to think about is how tall we need the puck assembly to be. So this right here, total height is, let's see here. See here, this would be in the green, would be 200. Okay, so it's already 200. So our puck is going to go into this piece here. And so let's go ahead and import our puck. We're going to import the puck again. And let's see, what do we want to do? Let's just go ahead and get rid of this one. And we're going to cut. So we're going to grab our cut plane tool and we're going to whack a piece off here. We're going to go cut to parts and perform the cut. And then this piece here, let's go ahead and, so this is 200, okay? And let's go ahead and make this piece about 180. So we're going to go in the Z height here, and we'll set it at 180. And then we're going to take this part of the puck, and we're just going to move it up a little bit. And then all I want to do is set the bottom of this onto the top of this. So we'll do that with our assembly tool. Right there, and right there, and zero these two values out. So there you go. So that's how tall I think the puck should be. I don't really know. So let's go ahead and copy and paste this over here so I can get a better visual of what this finished result is going to look like. It might be a little bit too tall, but let's just see. So we're going to center this, and we'll center our puck and take a look. I think that's pretty dead on. Like I think I'm happy with the height. You know, the lampshade obviously is going to go on top of that. So, and then remember this. So just so you have a better visual. So let's go ahead and copy. We're going to copy this piece and paste it over here to this build plate. And so this is going to go like this. So we're going to move this back. And remember, this is going to be glued to our back plate here. Okay. And then this, there's actually two parts to this assembly here. So we're going to just slide this back. That's going to go in that hole like that. So that's going to be behind this. So that's kind of how it's going to look. And then we put our lampshade on there. So we got there. Took a while, but we got there. So there is a little bit too, you know, especially when you're doing more complicated things like this, there is a little bit to it. Now, as far as the LEDs to light this up, there are some that I would probably use the 12 volt and plug this in. You know, plug it into the wall is probably how I would do it as far as the base goes. Now, if you are gonna, now the puck is designed just to be battery operated. But these 12 volt lights is probably would run you about, I'm gonna say $10 or $15 total for the LEDs and the little wires to wire everything up. And then the power pack is about $10. And the power pack would come with a remote control. So you could turn the base on without having the lamp on. So like you could use it like a nightlight if you wanted to. So yeah, so that's just an option. Any questions? Told you we would do another project, but I kept you so long already. So maybe we'll save that project for Wednesday. Bernadette, did you have a question?
Yes, where do you buy the LED lights from?
Well, I sell them, or you can get them on Amazon as well. If you really any 12 volt LED strip on Amazon will get the job done. The little wires that you use to connect the LED segments, I wish I had. I'll try and find a picture. Let's see here. Let me just see if I can show you an example of what I'm talking about real quick here. Back on my website here, I get in these moods where I will fixate on a particular project, and sometimes I will it's just kind of funny. I'll fixate on something that I seen that was cool, and I'll master it, and then I'll say, okay, I'm done with that. But anyhow, I have lots of videos on creating LED signs. So like for this example, this is a Dr. Pepper one that I did because my daughter loves Dr. Pepper. This one maybe we can look at, but this particular one will give you a better understanding of the wiring portion of it. So I'm going to scrub through. So obviously I cut this out with my laser. This was for a customer, but I cut this out with my laser. And then I'm fast forwarding here. Let's see here. So I painted everything. And this is why I got my 3D printer to begin with. These little spacers, I was doing something real crazy with washers and nuts. And then somebody said, oh, well, you could 3D print those. And then I was like, oh, you know what? You're right. So these little pieces, I use PETG for this, for those little spacers. I said, oh, geez, you're right. This is the glue that I use when I'm gluing things together, PLA, this Gorilla Glue Clear Grip, really good stuff. But if we scrub through here, so there's me gluing all the spacers on. And I use my laser. So this is an example of the wiring. Okay. So these are my LED strips. And so you see, I just cut them willy-nilly, however I think they should go on. And then I think I show you, I mark out all the wires that connect all the individual segments. And then I'll show you there's my soldering gun. Let's see, did I show you the wires? Maybe I must have just talked about the wires because I don't see the actual wire connections. Maybe they're on the back here. See these little wires right here? They're real thin. Now those, I have to order those overseas. So, but those are my big spacers. So these are all the wires that come to the back side of the sign to connect and wire everything up. So those little wires I haven't found here in the States. So I order those overseas. So if you want to order some just to play around with, I do stock them. So, but anyhow, we fast forward. I do show the wiring a little bit. This is the strips on the back side of the sign, and I connect all the front LEDs to the back LEDs. And then towards the end here, show you how to power the power adapter, but that's what it looks like in the end. So we use blue and white on the inside, and then we also put white LEDs around the back on the outside. And this one was not battery powered. We had to plug it in. So anyhow, there's a bunch of information about making LED signs. This is when I was doing the artwork layout, and this is the walkthrough on the Kansas City sign. So again, I do go through the wiring process pretty good, and I laid out all the LEDs and all that stuff. So let's see. This is the kind of stuff I do. That was my day job, was doing custom woodworking. I don't really do it so much anymore, but I would build bars and stuff like that. And so that's what kind of spurred me to add the LED signs to the bars. What I would do is I would say you get a free LED sign if you buy a bar, because bars were kind of moving slow. And I thought, hey, the LED signs would be cool. Everybody wants a cool LED sign. So I just upped the price of my bars just a little bit to cover the cost of the LED sign, because the actual cost to make these is not that great. Maybe $20, $30 to actually make this sign. And I've got a big laser cutter downstairs, so that's connected to my CNC machine. So I laser cut everything. So that part wasn't that complicated. So anyhow, if you want to learn about LED signs, there you go. I got lots of information on LED signs. And then also for Bernadette and others, if you come in here to and type in Inkstitch, for a while, I was really into doing embroidery designs. And so there's all kinds of different logos that I did, and this is all I like this Hello Kitty design I did. I showed you how to create the artwork from an image I found online, and then walk you through the whole process of digitizing that whole design. So there's a bunch of examples. So this is the video on actually creating all the artwork and stuff. But applique, all kinds of stuff that we could do. These are the little carrots that I did for Easter. We customize the names on. And so yeah, so I got videos on all kinds of stuff. Did you have more questions, Bernadette?
No, that was it for right now. But
Okay.
let someone else have something.
Well, I would encourage you guys, if you do want to see something specific, if you've got a design you're working on that you need help with and you want to go over it in class, you don't mind us walking through it in class, you could send me what you already did or send me your ideas, and we can utilize your design in class, and that way you can get your design made and won't cost you nothing. So, or if you just have an idea of something you want to see specifically, I'd be happy to take a look at what you want to see and see if we can't work it into class somehow. Any questions? Any other questions? So I am going to fix what we lost on our other lamp file and put our lampshade back in place. So we have that ready to go for you. So it's ready to print. So I'll make sure we get that all squared away. And then Wednesday, we're going to have a class on Wednesday. And I was half joking, but if you want to have a class or two on doing embroidery inside Inkscape, or you want to talk about doing rhinestones, doing rhinestone layouts, if that's something that interests you, you know, that's something we could definitely do in class as well.
Yes.
Monday, I was going to say Monday is really dedicated to 3D, but Wednesday we can float a little bit and take a look at other things.
Yes, please do embroidery.
Yeah, the embroidery is kind of fun. You know, let me see here. See if I can find an image real quick.
Kevin, do you do
Yeah.
embroidery of the face
Of what?
of your portrait?
I did some dogs. You know, it's a little bit more intricate to pull off. Let's see here. Well, this might be a good example. So this is the Dooney and Burke logo here. Or actually, we could do this one. We can do this one right here. We'll do the Gucci one. We'll give you a Gucci logo. You can buy a cheap Walmart shirt and just stitch Gucci on it, and you'll be in business.
Nice.
So I'll show you how to do this one. So we just right click and trace the bitmap. Okay, we've seen that before, right? So there you go. There's your, and then we're going to size this to fit a 4-inch hoop. I'm lucky. I have a 13 by, I think mine is 13 by 15 or something like that. I got a big hoop. Never use it, but I don't ever use my embroidery machine. I have a 6-needle Brother PR600 that I got like 15 years ago that has 30 hours on it. I'm kind of embarrassed. It's a lot of money just sitting there doing nothing. But anyhow, let's resize this to fit a 4-inch hoop. So I'm going to say that's about 90. 4 inches is really 100 millimeters, but I always like to make it just a little bit smaller. And so there we go. And all we have to do is we're going to grab our pen tool, and we're just going to create a line, and we're going to shift click and to add a stroke. And so when each segment here, I always do what I call a cap. So normally this I would actually try to get closer to the edge. But then we'll go back to our pen tool, and once I've created one segment, I'll hold my shift key down to create the others. Just like so. And we'll just go do that. We're going to cap each section. So just imagine this is going to be satin stitches all the way back to here, right? And so these lines that we're adding, like if you digitize with other digitizing software, what we're doing is we're adding stitch angles. So it's going to tell the extension here how we want our stitches, you know, what angle we want our stitches to go. And you'll kind of get used to it, how many of these lines that you need to add. And one thing you want to be careful of, you see how this one could possibly be touching, and it is. We don't want that, ideally. Now, does it really matter that much? Not really that much, but ideally, it's better if we don't do that. So for this logo, we're capping that end, and then we're going to come up here and we're going to cap this end, and then maybe we'll put one here in the middle. Now we can always, like, once we kind of get this down, we can always fix whatever we don't like. once we get our initial result. So we don't have to get it perfect this first time out. And it's fairly easy. So we'll just go ahead and finish this up. Remember, I'm just hitting my shift key to add to what I've already got going on. So now you can see those are those lines there. And now we're going to do kind of the same thing down here. So we're going to cap it there. And we're going to just kind of come around. And then we're going to go like this, right across. And then maybe we'll put one here. Then we'll just hold your shift key down as we add these. Something like that. Okay. And then you just kind of keep going around. So we're going to cap this one. We're going to cap this one. And then let's just add one down here in the middle and call it a day there. So we'll do the same thing here. We're going to cap it on both ends. And just for fun, we're not going to put any in the middle. I just want you to see what it does. And this one, we'll go ahead and put some intermittent ones. And then you can kind of compare the two. Now, because this is straight up and down, we really don't need to add any more, on a vertical. So that's it. So now if we select this and we come into extensions, now we do have to have the InkStitch extension installed, but if we come to InkStitch and we come down to Tool Satin, and we're taking a fill to satin, right? So we have a fill color, and we want to convert all that to satin. And because we have all of these are called rungs in InkStitch. Because we have all these rungs with the fill selected, InkStitch knows what we want to do with it. So we can automatically add some pull compensation, which is kind of nice. So we might go ahead and do that. I probably would, especially with our thin text here. Now we can add pull compensation later, but if we want to add it right now, we can. And then if I want some contour underlay or some zigzag underlay, we can add that too. I don't think I'm going to add that right now, but I'll show you how to add it later. So, but we will go ahead and add the pull compensation. And let's just click on apply. And InkStitch will do its job. Now, you can see it doesn't really look like anything, and it's not supposed to at the moment. But if we select all this, and then we go into extensions and InkStitch and params, we could start to see our embroidery stitches. Ta-da! There you go. And if you look at the C, remember I was talking about the C here. If you look at this C, the stitches here look almost identical to the stitches here. And even though we didn't add all the extra rungs that we did on the secondary. Now, you see here on the U right here, you see how these stitches kind of go at a little bit of a weird angle like that? We wouldn't want that. We would want to straighten those out. But this, we added a lot of rungs, right? So this is going to stitch the way we expected it to. So let's just see what we got to do to fix these stitches. So we'll hit apply and quit. And so there's our U. So all we're going to do here is grab our pen tool, and we're going to hold our shift key down, and we're going to just add a couple of rungs. Now, when we go into params, you'll see this be a lot more to our liking. See how these stitches right here are now completely horizontal? And these are all straightened out. It's because we added those extra rungs and defined exactly what we wanted there. So then what I'll do is now down here, this is pretty small text. So I don't really think it's necessary to add any type of underlay at all. But up here, we definitely would want to add some underlay because this is a very wide satin. So we would just select these pieces and we can go back into Inkstitch here and go to params. And we'll go ahead and add in some zigzag underlay. And then we'll also add in some contour underlay. And so you see the zigzag of obviously is the zigzag of these two lines right here. That's the contour underlay. And of course, we can modify the settings, you know, the density, how much of an offset this is. You know, we have all kinds of, you know, different things that we can do there. But generically speaking, that's how that works. Let's go ahead and turn this off. Turn all that off. So if I want to save this, I'll go ahead and save this so you guys can stitch this out. So if we go to File and hit Save As, we'll go to the desktop here, and we're going to save it as, I usually save it to the Tajima DST format. So we'll call this the GG logo. This will be part of your class files if you want to try and stitch this out. If you do stitch it out, share it to the group. It'd be nice to see what it looks like stitched out. I almost stitched out the Delta design today, but I didn't get to it. So I didn't stitch it out. But then I'll go ahead and save this into my native embroidery format, which is PES. So brother uses PES.
I'm gonna stitch it out, Kevin, and put it in there. I'll stitch it out tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good. So there you go. And one thing that we could do, we could probably refine this a little bit. Let's see here. So there's our G. Let's just see the stitch order here. See how, so when it stitches, it's going to stitch in whatever the order is here. So I'm just going to select these like so. And then I'm going to say, okay, what segment do I want to stitch next? So it's going to stitch those letters left to right first. And then it's going to stitch this. Then maybe this and this and this. So I've selected the order in which I want this to stitch. So it's going to stitch my letters, then my big G, and then the inside piece. Then I think I went to this piece and then this piece. So anyhow, you can decide what stitch order you want things. So let's go ahead and go back to Inkstitch, and we'll do, let's see, edit. And you can see it says restack order objects in the order of selection. So we'll go ahead and do that. Now, watch what happens when I hit my G. It's the lowermost item, and then U, and then C, and then C, and then I. And then over here, then we're going to do the inside piece, then this piece, and then this piece. So that I'll go ahead and resave that. So that will be the file that you get, because really we really should define that a little bit better. So let's go ahead and Bernadette, what file format does your embroidery machine use?
Jeff.
Oh, okay. So yes, we're going to replace that. And then we'll see. I'm pretty sure that file format's in here. So let's look.
It's in there. It's on a Genobi.
There it is. Beautiful. So I'll give you your native file format. The reason why you might want to use your native file format, it doesn't matter for this particular file, but if we had different colors specified here in Inkscape, when you use your native embroidery file format, it would save the colors. So when you open it up in your embroidery machine, red would be red and so on and so forth.
Okay, I was gonna make a different color, so that's good to know.
Yeah. So that's just visually, you know, when you're assigning thread colors in your machine, being able to see the real colors, you know, on my embroidery machine, the display is really tiny, you know, so it's helpful.
So how would you color it in her?
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, we could do that. So yeah, if you did want to color something, let's just say, for example, you wanted these two C's to print out red, right? Then we would just, these are outlines. So we would just shift click red. And then if we wanted this to be white, okay, and then maybe, I don't know, blue, I don't know, whatever, right? And then this, maybe we want all of this to be white. Not sure what happened there. So this one, let's see. I'm not quite sure. Oh, we're doing fill. Duh. That's why. I was like, what? What's happening here? So shift click, white. Yes, I wanted all that to be white. So, and then this one here. So what we could do here is we could select all this, and let's just say for whatever reason that's what we wanted, right? Maybe this one here we'll make blue or yellow. I don't know. We'll make a blue.
So it doesn't matter what machine you got. If you save it native, it just bring in a color, so you won't have to do all that, right?
Yeah. So what'll happen is what I was talking about is if we save this as a GIF file, right? And these pieces are colored blue and red and white, right? When we import it into your machine, your initial display is going to be exactly what you see here. Now you can go back in and change red to blue on the machine, right? Or so you could still change the thread color in your machine, but your initial view is going to be, you know, how the file was designed. But if we come up here to extensions and go back to InkStitch, and we can do visualize and export, and we'll do this stitch plan preview, and we'll just go ahead and hit apply here. Now this takes a little bit of time, because basically what it's going to do is going to give us a realistic stitch preview of what this would look like stitched out. So this is kind of slow. I have a, but so now it's done. So over here, it's a little bit difficult to see, but let's go ahead and I will just add a black square here. You can see this. And then we'll put that to the bottom. But yeah, you can kind of see what it looks like in stitches.
Okay, that's nice. Okay, I have a question for sizing, because I know certain stuff you can resize. Would this be able to resize the image itself, or is just going to be able to be the size it is permanent, or we can resize it without it messing up the stitches?
Yes, well, see, and that is yes. So let me just go back in here. Somehow I added a fill, and I didn't want to do that. So yes, so here we have a 4-inch design, right? It's 90 millimeters. So let's go ahead and just let's duplicate it, and we'll drag it over here. And let's say we want this to go on the front of a sweatshirt. Well, what we could do here is we can go ahead and make this so 8 inches wide would be 200 millimeters. So this is twice the size. But we have parameters set for all of these pieces to be satin stitches, and we have our start and end point. So the needle uses this line to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Well, because it's in a vector format like this, if we go in here and we go back into params and just take a look at it by default, yes, we can scale this infinitely, however big we want. And because we made it bigger, it's gonna make all the stitches more stitches. So you can see this takes 6,800 stitches, but you see it still looks perfect, right? So yeah, so we can scale it to whatever size we want. So if we want to scale it to a duffel bag size or whatever size we want, we have complete flexibility that way. Now,
Yeah.
the only thing is, like on this, let's go back. Let's just choose apply and quit. The one thing that we might want to do is I want to see how big this satin stitch is. So I'm going to select this, and we're going to go to our measure tool because this is kind of important. So you see here that this is 19 millimeters wide. Now, we know if we're doing embroidery that we cannot really have a satin stitch that's 20 millimeters long, right?
Correct.
That's a no-no. We have to do some trickery, right? So we have to do some different things. So just be mindful of that when you're scaling it up. For me, 9 millimeters is top end. We can't go over 9, but it's really ultimately it's a personal preference. But 20 is crazy for a satin stitch. So if it was something you were going to hang on a wall, you could probably get by with that long of a satin stitch. But for a garment, no, we don't want that. So what we would do is go back into params, and params is where we specify all of these various settings. And if you look at the Hello Kitty sweatshirt design I did, it had really wide satin too. And so you can come over here and let's look here. Let's see here. There's all kinds of different settings here. But somewhere right here, see where it says maximum stitch length? So for me, it's 9 millimeters. That's kind of my magic number. And if we look at our needle points here, so a little bit difficult to see, probably because I selected white. Yeah. But you see this right here? That line and this line
Yes.
and this line and that line. What that is doing is, if I turn this off, you'll see that's our needle positions. So we specified 9 millimeters was the maximum. And so it automatically kind of sort of calculates that. But here's the problem. If we were to stitch this out just like it sits, that would be very pronounced right there, right? So we can come down here and gamble. But anyhow, let's see here. Where exactly is it? Random jitter. So right here, random jitter for split stitches. So this is what we call a split stitch for satin stitches. And we can give this a certain percentage. Or right here, see it says split method. We can do simple or staggered. Let's just try staggered. And you'll see what it does here. So now you can't really see the needle positions, but you see all of these, it's still very, very uniformed. So what I like to do when I'm doing wide satin stitches like that is use the random jitter. So let's just do 50% random jitter. And then you'll see when you actually stitch this out, it's much less noticeable. But you see all those little
Yeah, them little dots, needle dots.
Yeah, so there's no uniformity. So when you stitch this out, it's much less noticeable. It's still a little bit noticeable, but not so bad. So
Yeah, not pronounced like the first lines.
yeah, the first ones you'll really see it big time. So yeah, so I mean, there's different little tricks, but ink stitch, like all of the tools that are in the big boy stuff, we pretty much have in ink stitch totally for free. But there is a lot to learn. Like there's just a lot of little bells and whistles and things that we can click on. But it's pretty cool that we can take the same artwork, that we use for 3D printing and repurpose it for embroidery if we're so
Yes.
inclined.
That is so cool.
Oh, yeah.
I thank you for going over this with me, Kevin.
Yeah, no problem. Give you something to play with.
You know I am.
Did you already download the plugin?
Yeah, I already had a plug-in.
Oh,
yeah,
you
I
did?
did all that already.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah,
for those that don't know
okay.
where it exists, if you go to inkstitch.org, it has an amazing website. I will say that. Like if you look at the information there on the website, it's really amazing. It's got a bunch of built-in fonts or you could just type out a word and it'll automatically be digitized and, you know, ready to stitch.
Oh wow, ink state. I mean, what was it again?
It's inkstitch.org.
Okay.
But yeah, if you go into so go into Inkstitch lettering right here. So if you click on lettering, it'll bring up this big dialog box, and it's really the lettering tool here in Inkstitch is really cool because it if you tell it what size, like let's say for example you want to use a specific size. So let's say I want it to be 14 millimeters. It will show you all of the fonts that would fit within that category. So it's not going to show you any other fonts that don't match that criteria.
Oh, that is nice.
So like if you wanted, for example, let's say you were doing something and it only had to be, you could only do 6 millimeters. You see how many fonts it now shows you? Because only these fonts fit within that parameter. So, so if you got to have 6 millimeters, no bigger, then these are your only choices. So
That's so cool.
that is really a really pretty cool thing.
Oh, it got the glyphs too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So yeah, and if we back out here, get out of this. If you go back in and go back to Inkstitch here and go back into lettering, you see where it says lettering along a path.
yes.
So if you had like a circle, right, and you wanted your embroidery lettering to be like you were creating a patch or something, but you could select a path before you went into this tool, and then when you added text, it would be placed along that selected path. So it's pretty.
That's
Great.
pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing tool for it to be completely free. It really is. And like
Yes.
if you,
I'm not even gonna say nothing about it. You already know me. You talk about that.
don't worry about that $600 you spent. Don't worry about it. But no, I mean, I will say this. Like I have the full Wilcom embroidery studio that I bought years ago for like $4,000. And, you know, with $4,000 software, I could click buttons and things happen really fast. And, but they should, you know, for a $4,000, you know, that's a professional tool. Like years ago, I used to do a lot of embroidery designs. So for me, the software was worth buying. So this maybe doesn't have some of the automation that some of those other tools do, but this is completely free. So I'm willing to spend a little more time for free software, especially if I just want to do something real quick, you know, that I'm not quote unquote doing it for a living. If I was embroidering day in and day out, I probably wouldn't use Inkstitch, but
right.
But I know a guy who does do embroidery day in and day out, and he's an absolute master at Inkstitch, and he won't use anything else. So, and he's really good. I mean, he's really good.
Master his craft in it, so he used to it.
Yeah. So it's just he does, and he posts all the time. Like he does some really amazing work. But yeah, I know enough about it to accomplish what I need to accomplish, but I wouldn't say I'm quick at it, you know. But I suppose but once upon a time I spent way too many hours watching videos and making designs, like way too many hours. But then once I kind of figured it out, I was like, okay, I'm bored. I'll do something else. No.
But this was a good class. I'm gonna definitely stitch it. When you send it to me, I'm gonna stitch it out and put it in the group so everybody can see it. Matter of fact, I'll make a pillow